Twitch, live on YouTube. Hello, everyone. I assume we're live here. So we're live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Yep, okay, cool. Fantastic. I prepared this time. We're going to be doing a couple of things today. Mostly just miscellaneous stuff. Let me just bring up the chats of both. Otherwise I won't see you guys. Just bear with me. And so that's the Twitch chat open. Let's close that, minimize this for a minute. Alright, let's minimize everything. Let's get back to base. There we go. Okay. Let's get up the YouTube chat. Can't leave that out. So yeah, I can't get up the chat until the live stream actually begins. So it takes a little bit of faff. Yo, be quiet. I know there's some doubling audio. Let me just mute myself. I think we're good. Don't think we have any doubling audio now. Come on, YouTube chat, load. There we go. Alright. Yo, the big loose goose. Good to see you, my man. There we go. Thank goodness we got that going, hey? That was faster than last time. I actually have a custom... Let's pause that. I wonder if the chat still plays if I'll just leave it going. Okay, right. Are we on live chat? Yep. Okay. Okay. We got chat. We got chat. We got the chats, plural. Yeah, we're gonna be fixing a bunch of like miscellaneous stuff today that we kind of need to worry about. I guess kind of distracting. I'm assuming the chat will work if it's if the live stream is paused. No idea. On the Twitch side, we'll find out. So, we have a couple of issues that we need to solve. The first one that I kind of want to tackle is we had this discussion in, I think, game development. So, a couple of people have pointed out, well, mostly someone called Ratchet anyway, a couple of things I could do better when it comes to my engine. And I'm just going to try and find it. Effectively, the first thing we're going to try and solve is the shader issue. It's not really an issue, but it's like branching and shaders is often not a good idea, right? So if I have a shader that does a bunch of hello, Angelica is a cutie on the Twitch chat side. So if we have this fragment shader, and we have a bunch of if statements, you didn't announce anything, or oh, didn't I? It should be there. No, I think I did. So maybe I'm a bit late, admittedly. Okay, never mind. You just didn't see it. No problem. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't ping everyone. Anyway, what we're trying to avoid here is this if statement stuff here that we could have invalid textures. What I'm trying to do, I think what I'm going to do is upload a texture. We talked about this in... Hi, Avi. How you doing, dude? Thank you for joining us. We had... let me just look at this discussion we had. It was a while ago. So I'm just going to scroll on my Discord for a minute. Yeah, this is the roadmap if anyone's interested. You know. So I'm just going to look for it. I think if I type 16x16, we'll find it. Because that's... Yeah, okay. So, where was this? Okay, it's in game development. Yeah, so we're going to do... we're going to have this idea first, that we're going to load textures from memory, load them into... and avoid this if statement stuff, because branchless shaders are faster. That's basically it. Gonna leave the Twitch stream open in the background and watch on YouTube. Ah, thank you. And that does actually help, so appreciate that. There's something called an affiliate thing. I don't really know much about anything when it comes to Twitch. So I don't really know what that means, but apparently I need to reach some certain markers, and that does actually help out with that. So yeah, I appreciate it. I'm just streaming on both platforms because, you know, some people might enjoy that over what we got here. Anyway, so if we can get rid of these if statements and always assume that we've got these textures at these locations for each individual model, then we... Oh, yes. I love this song so much. Let me just turn it down just a touch there. We don't have to worry about... The shader doesn't have to do any branching. It just has to go from top to bottom. There is still a little bit of branching in here. I think... Where is it? TBN. If we no. If we don't have normal textures, I think we discussed in our shaders that it would be best to have metallicness at 1, roughness at metallic at 0, roughness at 1, and occlusion at 1. So something like this for our roughness, occlusion, and metallic texture, and the default normal would be 0.0, 0.5, 0.5. So the maths, yes. So if we do the maths, then we do some interpolation. So that will get rid of basically the normal texture, if statement, the occlusion texture, which no, this is the, what is this? Is this roughness? This is roughness and metallic, I think. And yeah, the occlusion, yeah. So occlusion, roughness, metallic, normal, and the base color, which we're just going to set to 1 if it doesn't exist. And this, again, we can get rid of this then. So that is what we're going to try and do, trying to get rid of these if statements, because again, it is fat. I think emission we also need as well. Did we discuss emission? Emissive textures. I'm going to guess that emissive is 0. Yeah, emissive is 0. That's what I decided. Albedo is 1. So yeah, we're going to have albedo. Let me write this down. So we're going to load textures into memory. So let me take some notes here. So albedo. So I don't have to look at this again. Albedo is 1. So this will be OX 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have emissive. I'll explain what this is in a minute. Let me just get this in my head, which is obviously if it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, then this is a little harder. So we have roughness. So I'm going to say roughness metal. I think that's how I've ordered it. This is going to be... now, I don't know if it's a little endian or a big endian when it comes to this. I think, because it's Windows, I think we're both working with little endians, so it would be reversed, is what we expect here. So let me think about this for a minute. So if occlusion is... We want 1, 1, 1. Let's just do 1, 1, 1. Hang on. Let's just do... So this would be the alpha, which isn't used, which would just be 1. This would be the occlusion, and then these would be 0, 0. If not, we'll flip it. And the hardest one is the normal to write out in memory, so OX. What's half of F? Half of 16 is 8, so it's just at 8. Okay, very straightforward. No, wait. Okay, let me just do some calculations. This is a pretty straightforward calculation, but I don't want to make this mistake and then realize like I've made the mistake. This is like something it'll kind of work, but then it'll kind of not work properly, if you know what I mean. So if I do F divided by 2, we should get 7. Okay, yeah, that's okay. So it is 7. Yeah, that makes sense because it is 15. So we want, if this is backwards, and we have 3 values, we need to have this as, and we have 4 slots. So again, it's just FF, oops, not G, FF, 7777. I think that's what we want for our textures. All right, that's what I'm going to go with for now. So the Big Loose Goose has said, actually I haven't actually started my timer. If you don't, bear with me just a moment. Close this. Open this up. And do gate developments. Anyway, the Big Loose Goose has said on YouTube, I'm really enjoying programming these days, but I don't really know how much time I should give it, if any, because I'm low-key failing my classes. Oh, that sucks. Someone told me the harsh truth. If you want to get admission in an engineering college, don't spend time on programming. That's kind of tricky. Don't spend time on programming is what he said. Is that something... let me think about this for a minute. Okay, so when it comes to engineering, it depends on what your goals are in life, and I don't really know what you want to do when it comes to your life. But I've done quite well with just having like a really good GitHub. That being said, that's not like a path that everyone can take, especially in the modern era. I don't know what you're trying to aim for when it comes to engineering, if it's software engineering or what, or anything like that. So I think you need to balance things out a bit better. I would suggest trying to find easy wins where you can do both. Like, are there moments in the day, I don't know how old you are, if you're in classes, and you might be still quite young. So there's probably areas that you could decide to cut. It's just going to be very, very difficult to do, by the way, consistently. But the end goal is to become a graphics programmer. Right, okay, so you probably still do need to program then. So I would suggest that if you're failing classes, like, prioritize what's most important right now and minimize what isn't important but you like doing, right? So that's what I would do. I would tackle things in that order. I'd be like, all right, what's the most important thing I need to do? All right, if I need to get into college because of my, you know, you need to get into this university course or whatever. What I would recommend doing is prioritizing that for now, doing less programming, but also finding things in your life that you don't need to do, that you are doing, that aren't important at all. Which would be something like, you know, spending a lot of time on YouTube, or this is hard to do, by the way. It's very hard to do. You know, maybe you're an Instagram user, you know, not using less Instagram. You know, try and find these little wins in the day where you can just decide that, you know, today I'm going to spend, instead of, you know, just before I go to bed, I don't know. You could say, like, instead of scrolling on my phone, like, I don't know if you do this, but let's just use this as an example, for an hour because I'm tired. Maybe I can just look over some of the Learn OpenGL website stuff and read that, right? I haven't been doing this very well. I actually have to admit, recently I haven't been doing that very well. So it's one of these things where I'm also kind of speaking to myself on this at the same time. I need to kick my own ass. I've started to slack, honestly. So yeah, that's what I would do. Right, so let's dive into this. I don't know if that's useful, but yeah, I'm going to start doing that, by the way. I'm going to start trying to cut out things that I just don't need to do, that I am doing. Like going on YouTube and stuff. The live chat has changed a bit, and the text is bigger for sure. Oh, really interesting. Yeah, it did take a while to load. I don't know why. All right, so what we're trying to do here is if we don't have the texture, instead of... how do we do this? We need to make a texture and load it in from scratch. And I think what we should do is actually create the dummy textures all at once. We do have a dummy albedo texture, so I'm just going to follow that method. I love that guy who comes in and tells me about AI viewers. We can go. Holy! It just makes me so motivated to never ever touch that shit. Holy moly! What a waste of time that would be. Oh yeah, let's be the lamest person on the planet and bot stream my own flipping live stream on Twitch. What a stupid idea. I hope that the person who pasted that is not just a bot and a human and heard me say that. Yeah, because fuck that. To be crass, I do apologize. I ain't botting shit ever. I just think it's the lamest shit like someone can do. Sorry, that's on the yeah, I'm dual streaming again. That's on the Twitch. So for YouTube chat, you're like, what the hell is he talking about? Someone on the Twitch chat has some bot has posted AI viewers streamboo.com. Yeah, sure. You know, trying to suggest that I could get more viewers if I pay for them, which is absolutely stupid. I'm not going to get better at programming by doing that, am I? What a waste of time that would be. Right, I need to think for a minute. Where are my texture? Where's my dummy texture, actually? I thought it was here, but it obviously isn't. So we need to have these dummy textures kind of loaded at the same time. Let's see. Okay. Where's my dummy? Yeah, if I just look for dummy texture. Alright, so this is the albedo. And we load this in, we make this a transfer bit, we create the texture, we have dummy texture. Okay, so what else is here? Do we have anything else? No, okay, so we have this is albedo. This is what it should be loading anyway. Complete white, which I'm totally fine with because then we can, you know, modify the color in the way we want. So I'm going to rename this, I think. Just start this off kind of making... I might even make a separate... So yeah, height, width 1, depth 1, min-map chain 1. Yeah. Okay, so this is exactly what we need. It's RGBA. And we're not going to do anything else. It's linear space. Yeah, I just need to rename it from dummy texture to albedo, because that's what it is. I mean, it could be used for anything. I mean, do we have a second? No, we don't. Okay, so for our cases, we don't really have anything. Yeah, so we just need to. Yeah, okay. So where do we actually use this? Let's grab this, do a paste, and have a look. Obviously, it's all here, and so you have get dummy texture. I mean, we could add the getters, I guess. Yeah, okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's just do this. Let's. All right, so yeah, let's rename this to albedo dummy texture maybe. Yeah, because it does need to be, or dummy albedo texture. Yeah, so let's just make sure I spell this correctly. Dummy albedo texture. Now, obviously we could just reuse everything, but we want to make sure that like we have the most standard, not weird situation. If we set the normal maps too high, We'll come back to that in a minute. Dummy albedo. Okay, so the deletion of the textures. Whoops. Dummy albedo. Alright, cool. Dummy albedo. Just need to change this, I guess. And when we load something, so we're going to load a different texture today. We're going to load it like a cube. And I think we've got a dummy cube anyway, so that's going to actually be quite easy to do. Oops. Dummy albedo. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is take this texture. When we're loading in, if we have a model that has no colors, then the first thing that we need to do is set our texture index, diffuse, I think is what I call it. Yeah, alright, it's base color stuff, which is fine. And now we just need to go, okay, we have the GPU in here. Get, I think, do we? GPU. Okay, get dummy albedo texture. Oh, is it an index? Yep. Dot index, doesn't really matter. Now what we can do in the shader after that is go into, I think I'm actually just going to load, yeah, all the ducks I think are just going to be cubes for a minute. That's just going to be the easiest way to do it. I'll make the rocks, I don't really know, it doesn't really matter to be honest, as long as we have something that's just a texture. So if I go to the core shader, in theory now our first if statement can be removed, because that'll never be invalid, that'll always have a texture in. Like that, right? And that should still work. Nothing should have changed. They'll just recompile. But now we need to load in a different texture that has no thingamajiggies in it. We have to load a model that has no textures in. All right, so yeah, there's nothing different. Okay, cool. Cool. Next, now we need to load in a different texture. Sorry, we need to load a different model. I keep saying the wrong thing. That will be in the scene code, and we have yeah, debug glb will be the what we're gonna do. In fact, I'm just gonna duplicate this so I don't have to remember. So we should have, as far as I'm aware, instead of debug sphere, debug cube. I'm just going to check if that exists, because you know what typically ends up happening is I think it exists and it doesn't exist, and I'm like, oh, it just causes an annoying crash. Well, not crash, an assert. It never really crashes if you don't load the right asset. It just asserts. Okay, yeah, so there it is. Let's just absolutely make sure that is what we need. It is the simplest piece of geometry that can be contained in a GLB file, I think. No, that's a lie. A triangle can. But for a 3D asset, that's probably... What about a tetrahedra, actually? Okay, who cares? Right, it's a bloody cube. Right, whatever. So now we should see that the cubes are white. Okay, they are grey. That's probably because the lighting model. Alright, let's find another cube. It's also, we haven't done everything else, right? We haven't done the other things that we need to do. So we should see another cube here. Where? There it is. Yeah, okay, so it reacts to light properly. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. It's just we're not lighting up this model at all. So now we need to fix the rest of the stuff that we need to do dummy textures for. Alright. Oh, have I made the audio crunchy? No, I think I'm good. Yeah, okay. I thought I made it really crunchy then. Yeah, I'm just enjoying having that stupid bot message there on the Twitch chat. I hope that's not annoying anyone else. I'm very I'm enjoying the fact that I'm not going to be one of those losers who bots their stream. Yeah, we can ban him. There's no reason why I can't. Because my second goal is to make sure that you guys are having a good time. If you see the if we can, I don't know what will happen if we ban him. How do I stream management? There we go. All right. Yeah, let's give this guy a boot. How do I delete message? Ban that fella. All right, yeah. So he's just banned. There we go. Official. Kicked out. Goodbye. I'll ban him for you. Thank you. Give me mod guru. I love that. Hello, Emmanuel. How you doing, dude? Good to see my man on the YouTube side. All right. Let's keep going. So we need. We've done the first thing that we need to do. So yeah, deletes the message as well if he's banned, which is fine. I'm sure there'll be another dumb bot telling me to bot my streams. Thank you for the follow. I did notice someone followed me on Twitch. Thank you for that, and thank you for all the likes and the chats on the YouTube chat. I can't neglect you guys at all. Hearts to you guys. Yeah, don't let them view your stream. Yeah. For you guys, you know, I would leave it there, but for me, it's like one of these things where it's like, if you guys find it annoying, I am absolutely totally within. I will immediately ban stuff like that. That's like kind of irritating for you guys. But it's good motivation, to be honest, because, you know, like I think I've talked about this before. While I start doing the normal, which one's the easiest texture? I'll do the emissive texture next. While I'm doing that, I can, because this is going to be quite easy to do. It's not that complicated. You know, I've talked about this a lot, but, you know, my goal with streaming is to keep myself accountable and keep getting better as a programmer. How does spell emissive? It's got, okay, it's two S's, IV, okay. Nice. You know, so to bot the stream or like to like fake viewers to get money or something is like completely goes against that idea, right? Because if I was trying to do that and I don't know, you know, botting the stream, I might as well just as well on top of that. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I might as well just start using AI code, right? I might as well just start using AI. Like, what's the point at that point? You know, if I'm so outcome dependent that I'm like obsessed with the viewers that I need to, you know, I feel the need to bot my own stream to get like attention. It's like I might as well just give up and start doing, you know, like, and start, you know, pretending that I'm coding, but I'm AI coding on my other monitor or something dumb like that. You know, there's no reason for me to be, you know, honest with my coding if I'm not honest with my streaming, right? Been struggling since yesterday to find what caused the seg fault. When I click the F12 key. Huh. Are you sure you're not just adding a debug? Hang on, let me show you what that does. I could be completely wrong here, but after I've typed this out, which won't take that long, let me just allow myself to make sure this won't crash on close, which is what I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do is, can I reset this, I think? What I need to do is the data is actually the only thing I really care about here. Not for the depth texture, sorry. Where's the dummy texture gone? Yeah, so everything else needs to be the same. Yeah, so instead of like recreating this, I'm just gonna actually make it a dummy texture. Reset. Is that a thing? Alright, no. Okay, so I'm going to set the initial data. Do something else. So dummy date, yeah, okay, so what I'm going to do is... So yeah, let me, I'll show you what pressing F12 does. In Visual Studios, anyway. If you're not using Visual Studios, this can be completely ignored. But, and the name needs to change to not albedo anymore. This is the missive because it's the easiest to do. And yeah, I would be a complete hypocrite in everything that I talk about. You know, I talk about like I don't know. You know, doing coding without AI or whatever, you know, that kind of stuff. If I, you know, start then using bloody, you know, botting my streams, I'm literally just being a big hypocrite in like my whole ideal, right? All right, so you know, doing things the hard way that's worthwhile is like super important. I don't think enough people do it. Anyway, so if I press F12, is that what I'm thinking it is? I swear that just puts a break, but yeah, okay, so what that does is that's not pressing F12 on the program running in Visual Studios anyway doesn't cause a seg fault. This is a breakpoint. It puts a breakpoint wherever the code is, right? So we're in the middle of the disassembly of, I don't know where we are. We're inside some DLL we do not have access to. So it's just disassembled what we've done here. I don't exactly know what's going on here. I would have to look at the memory and see the memory view. But F12, yeah, F12 does in Visual Studios does something different. If you're pressing F12 and this is happening, Emmanuel, it's not a bug. This is like by design. Yeah, go for it, Emmanuel. If you don't like how someone's doing something, yeah, definitely do something differently. But anyway, I just wanted to show you that before we continue. Meow. Hello, Luxy Dev. How you doing, dude? I think I'll just call you. How about X Luxy? Is that? Do you like X Luxy Dev or Luxy or something? Travis. I don't even use Visual Studios, I use NeoVim. Oh, okay, right. I just wanted to make sure that you at least knew that. That wasn't happening to you. Travis is someone... he's someone on YouTube who has been streaming an educational series about how to make a game engine with C. Luxy. Yeah, I like that. Cool. I just wanted to make sure, you know, because sometimes you have to add dev, because I had to add dev to my own name. I would rather be called Escape Point rather than Escape Point Dev. So it's one of these things. I just wanted to make sure. Yes, that's it. Von. I assume it's Travis Von Man? Vonren Man? Anyway. Yeah, so he has an education. Yeah, like I said, he's building something called the Coffee Engine. It's like a 3D, complicated, difficult engine. It does a lot of really, really cool stuff. And he's got, how many episodes has he got? 6? No, that's Casey's series. He's got a lot of series. I think it's about 200 actually. Live streams where he just codes his engine. And he does it in Vulkan and C. He starts out with older Vulkan though. You have to, so you have to be aware of that if you're following along. He will use render passes and then replace render passes later on. Not to say that's a complete waste of time, but it's not. It really isn't. You just have to be aware that you'll be kind of coding in the past as things are, you know, as people are trying to move away from that kind of stuff. 200, okay, 282 in C. Right, fantastic. Thank you, guys. I'm a bit behind. There we go. Travis Scott, indeed. I don't know any Travis Scott songs. Alright, let's just see if the emissive works then. Okay, so we're about to do... We've got the diffuse. Emissive is the next simplest. I don't want anything to emit light. So now we're just going to do GPU get dummy emissive texture, which exists, dot index, which I don't know why I did it like this, but hey. Oh, that's why, because yes, we can actually copy these over. Yes, I'm using 1.3, not following his series 1-to-1. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. You know, really thinking about what you're doing. That'll make you. It's going to be tougher, but you're going to have to think, which is generally good in the long run. If they say meow in chat, it's a big. Oh, that's what you're saying. Well, we all know that the. I'm not saying anyone in chat is this, but we all know. The programmers with those programming socks on, to say it bluntly, those femboys out there, they are some great programmers. You can't underestimate them. All right, so emissive. Oh, we haven't actually removed the texture. Hang on. If we do this, so if someone says meow in chat, they may just be absolutely cracked out their gourd when it comes to programming. Gotta be aware of that one. So yes, this should be 0. Bloody hell. Got an immediate cramp in my arm, my hand for some reason. I use that :3 thing, I have to admit. Alright, so emissive textures aren't being stupid. They're not emitting anything. There's our other cube that we just crashed into. Right, okay. I'm not actually I'm not actually only around 8 years of game dev experience. There are always better people out there. 100%. I feel exactly the same way. You should see some of the people who've come into this chat. Honestly, 8 years is still very good, by the way. It's very respectable. You know, some of the people who've shown me their game engine, I'm like, whoa. Like in the DMs, you know, like people don't always talk to me, you know, publicly. I've been so blown away by some people's tech. It's honestly really impressive. Like, I'm like, how on earth am I going to reach that level of ability? So it's like, I'm totally familiar with what you're talking about there. So let's get the next guy. And we have auto. I think we do actually. Let me So now we want roughness. Hang on, how do I order this? Got to teach you Haskell someday. Just really nice to know some stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, Tokyo Spliff is the same. Hello, Keynes. How you doing? He's so good. He's still very good to me as well. He's very fast. And a diligent worker as well. He's one of these people who spends all the time he's not streaming basically studying, and then like does really good stuff all at once, you know. He like saves up all his programming for the stream and then just like blasts out a bunch of cool stuff. It's all really cool. Right, okay, so we have the yes, I need to figure out the order which these are done in, because it's quite important that I know. So when I access these textures, I'm doing alright. How about you? Yeah, not bad, not bad. I mean, it's close to 10 hours a day for 10 years. A lot of work. Yeah. I'm trying to get to that. I need to get back into that. I was getting close to that, but then, you know, I've slipped recently. I'm not gonna lie. So this is the this is the occlusion texture, and this is the roughness and metallic texture. So we need to do these all at once, and it is X. Right, so let me think about this for a minute, just for a minute, guys, because this is where it gets a little harder. It's not like difficult or anything. It's just so if we have roughness, okay. So our occlusion texture is I'm kind of tempted right now to look at my asteroids again and think about this. Hang on, let me look at my model loading code. Like, how is the occlusion texture loaded? Because we have an occlusion. Yes, there's the occlusion texture. Okay, so it is a separate identity, a separate thing, right? Now my question is, when I'm loading my scene, is this ever loaded? Actually, why are you streaming? Wouldn't be more productive without the presence? No, other way around. It makes it so I don't take breaks. If you know what I mean. It adds like some pressure as well. Hey, Garib, how you doing, dude? No problem. You don't have to be apologize for being late. I've just started, so you know. Welcome back. Hope you're having a good day, dude. So yeah, when I have the stream here, I'm like, all right, so I need to actually focus. I've got this like bad habit. It adds pressure to myself to keep progressing, which is good and bad. So for example, let's just pretend that I goof around for like 3 streams on the trot and I don't get anything done. Like everyone's gonna start to notice that nothing's getting done. You know, and I could start pretending that I'm doing work off stream and saying like, no, I work off stream, guys. Don't worry, there's lots of stuff happening. I just wanted to hang out today. But eventually, people are gonna start asking questions like, well, we see you alive all the time, and we don't see anything getting done, and nothing has moved behind the scenes. It seems like, because nothing is fixed or whatever. What are you actually doing, Escape Point? That's the pressure, right? See, what I'm thinking here is kind of tricky because we have one texture. What should this texture even look like? Yeah, let me just check what this is. Hang on. What is this texture? It's going to be kind of tricky. We have the sampler here. Although I could handle things better. There's always room for improvement. I usually go to the library to force myself to focus session. Streaming usually debuffs me because I chat max too much. Yeah. Yeah, I just know that I it's a personality thing, I think. Like, I'm a bit of a worrier. Like I'm a bit neurotic. And if I feel like people are watching me, then I feel like I've got to work. Because I feel like I'm going to be called out for it if I'm not working hard enough. Which has never ever happened. No one has ever said like, oh, I don't think you're actually working hard enough, Escape Point. I don't. I feel like I haven't recently, honestly. So I will be self-critical here. So we have a factor here, the roughness, metallic, roughness. Okay, so that's the order. Metallic is first. Okay, so that doesn't really change anything. So this texture. Stop slacking. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you wouldn't stream if you want to focus. Yeah, it's a personality thing, honestly. There we go. Thanks, Luxy. Especially because I stream so much, this also adds pressure as well. Because I've got nothing to hide behind. Like if I just slack or just yap all the time, and nothing gets done for days. It's different if I'm struggling with something. That's not the same thing. But if I'm not putting in the effort, like, and I stream like pretty much every day, like everyone's gonna start, you know, putting the 2 and 2 together and say like, this guy's unreliable, this guy's like a fraud. You know, that's kind of like I'm kind of like exposing myself to my own laziness if I do that. And I don't want to dig up any dirt on anyone in particular, but you know, there's people out there who said they were working really hard, and then we found out they weren't working very hard at all when it came to game development. I'll give you, I'm sure you guys know of a very famous Twitch streamer who was doing game development, apparently, for many years, and in his game, and it didn't make any progress for many years. Alright, so it looks like, yeah, this is kind of tricky because I need to now need to make 2 textures. And the occlusion, I think if I'm going to make an occlusion texture, this actually needs to be different. I still think this is fine, but I think we need a roughness and we need an occlusion texture separately because of how this is set up. This is not set up in a way that is going to help us, so. Was meant to, obviously, yeah, obviously. I know me. And not only that, here's another thing, right? Here's another thing that keeps me focused. It's like, inevitably, I'm going to be compared to other people online. Sorry, my spelling is terrible today. When it comes to game development, right? So it's like, okay, let's just pretend for now, someone comes into the chat and says, wow, another Tokyo spliff, awesome. It's like, well, now I've got to live up to that, right? Because I'm just going to be a big letdown if I can't do it. So there's like lots of there is good reasons for me, doing these things, and it all came from this book, right? Called the Higakure, where I can't exactly quote it like back to you guys. Exactly 1-to-1, but I'm gonna have to do both, I think, at the same time. But effectively, the master asked that he couldn't, instead of he was asked by a priest to recite some poetry, and then he said, gather around children and acolytes. I need people around me to I can't do this in silence. And he was a kid at the time when he said this. I need other people around me. It's like, if you were to do something like you're always being watched, that's how you should do everything, right? If I'm doing game development and you're actually watching me do game development and I'm not doing it, it's going to become, one, very obvious, and two, I can actually reuse this texture. Actually, I'm going to rename this. Give me a second. All these things kind of add up to like increased focus for me personally. I'm just going to rename this because this is just the same thing multiple times over. So just kind of reduce the lines of code a little bit. And I think what I'm going to do here is, I think I can reduce the amount of textures I have, dummy textures. Instead of having inclusion and emissive, we could say inclusion emissive maybe. Yeah, okay, so emissive. So that's like, there's a lot of motivation. Like, that's why I started streaming. It wasn't to do anything else. It wasn't like I wasn't trying to, make money off streaming or anything. It was like, I need to put myself under pressure so I can actually succeed. Or not succeed necessarily, but just like do better. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Did he work at Blizzard by any chance? Yes, I think you've caught on who I'm referring to. That's the one I'm talking about. But I don't want to, unnecessarily, because that could be me. That literally could be. I could literally become that guy. I could become, if I don't work hard enough or fast enough, that is something that could happen. There's no doubt. Emissive occlusion. So these are the same textures. So I'm just going to reuse it to avoid having two textures unnecessarily. Yeah, pirate software. You worry too much. Well, I know I know who exactly you were talking about. This famous Twitch streamer happens to be playing WoW 2 right now. In the big streamer guild. Yeah, exactly. Yep, everyone knows. Everyone knows. You're picking up what I'm putting down. But yeah, it's like I could. It is a real thing that I could truly become that guy. I do not want to do that though, obviously. Yeah, okay, so that's all working. So now, yeah, we have one less texture in our texture bank, which is nice. And what I'm going to do is GPU get dummy emissive occlusion here .index, because I recently have been a bit not disillusioned, I guess. I don't know how to explain it, but I've been seeing a lot of comments and things about people talking about AI, and it's kind of driving me mad on my YouTube channel. And I feel like that's chipped away at my motivation a little bit. And, you know, I could very easily, you know, let things slip over time because I'm giving myself excuses on that. So I really need to kick my own ass and, you know, get back into the grindstone so I can live up to my potential. Because I'm not talented enough to rely on shit, you know. I'm not a super talented programmer, really. Okay, so we combine these two together. So now we just need to do the roughness. And okay, so I'll do occlusion later in a minute. So yeah, roughness and metal. And ooh, hang on, did I? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's make another one. Yeah. There's a lot of categories who do a lot of fuck around programming. That don't position themselves as a progress-oriented or being John game development as well. But I get what you mean. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, it's not to say I'm criticizing one guy, but I'm because I know him well enough. Well, I know of I know him, like I know him personally. Yeah, I don't want to be like I'm an elitist type dude either. Like if there are just fuck around game devs, which is completely chill, I'm not gonna be like, you need to take things seriously type deal. You know, everyone's on their own path, but my path is to one of the things I'm trying to do is trying to actually get really good at programming. And I can't do that if I go easy on myself all the time. Yeah, watching you makes me want to work. That's good. That's good. You're too empathetic to leech off people. Thank you, wallets, and manipulate them into thinking you're going to release something great. Yeah, I appreciate that, dude. I should eventually stream as well. Yeah, go for it. I have to admit, I have drifted into sometimes you can criticize me. I don't mind it, right? And I think I have at some point drifted into talking too much. But that's usually when I'm getting really tired, but maybe that's not a good excuse. I feel like recently anyway I haven't been on the ball as much. But anyway, we can easily get that back, right? I don't know if you guys get this, but I've been thinking to myself like, the day's ruined. I haven't started working at 7 o'clock in the morning, so I might as well just give in. Like that for some reason that's been in my head for the past couple of days, which I really can't let that win. If the day hasn't started perfectly, I need to not just then phone it in. So, but like I said, I'm a bit of a worrier, and it's like I'm pretty neurotic with my thinking, so I can totally understand if people are like, what are you talking about, bro? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Greeb. You got to get used to being shouted at sometimes. Yes, 100%. Yeah, I'm with you, Greeb. I can't. I'm not talented enough. It's tough to balance out the yapping versus coding, 100%. Yeah. But I think I benefit from the pressure. Also, the best advice I can give is never compare yourself to others. You only have your, to satisfy yourself, none else. Yes, you haven't started working at 7 a.m. Go overtime if you really want to punish yourself. Yeah. I've got to be careful with like how I talk to myself when things don't go well. I think that's the trap I've been falling into recently. It's where I think like, oh, there's no point, it's a big trap. So we've got the occlusion texture, we've got the emissive texture. Now we need the roughness texture. I can yap a lot right now because it's not very difficult, admittedly. Alright, so now we should be able to get rid of everything else. Sometimes I think that attitudes like I don't work enough today is great. Other times I feel like a slave. It is tough, I have to admit, yeah. Sometimes like when I'm really on it, I'm like coding like constantly. And I feel like, yeah, I did really well today. Like, it feels like my life's almost passing me by. So I know what you mean. It's like, oh, maybe I should do these other things. But to be honest, when I start to like, you know, chill, I guess, I start to completely lose it. My mental health like kind of starts to break down, to be honest. Okay, so that's not good. So it's completely black. So I feel like I need to code. I know it seems kind of strange, but I'll need to work on something like myself, you know. Alright, so where's this other cube that we want to see? Okay, so let's turn this off. Okay, so it is reacting to light, but I think I've got this wrong. Okay, so I think the initial data is bad. So what would it be without this? Hang on. I should be able to check this out. Work is optimum. Yeah, I don't want to take... Yeah, it's tough. I wouldn't know exactly how to fix everything. I'm like I said, I want to be seen as like I'm figuring stuff out with you guys. You know what I mean? I don't want to be seen as like the wise old programmer that knows everything or whatever. Not that you guys think of me like that anyway, but I don't want to come across like I'm trying to present myself as that. Yeah, I'm working on myself. I'm trying to develop as a skilled programmer like you guys are. Well, I assume you guys are anyway. Doing is so hard in engine dev, yeah. If you're doing what you like, then yeah, well, yeah, exactly, yeah. I do love doing this. It's just sometimes it gets a bit the samey. You know what I mean? Like, you know, other people are talking about, you know, doing this or that with their lives, like going to concerts and things, and I'm just like, well, I just programmed again for 8 hours, and it feels like, you know, I'm on repeat sometimes. So what was the... Alright, so I'm just going to press Control Z here. So if I removed the... So if the roughness... I think what ended up happening here is we ended up with a... Yeah, I'm going to go 777 across the... No. What did we establish when we were talking about this? So the roughness needs to be... Metallic needs to be 0. Metallic needs to be 0. Yeah, so that needs to be... Otherwise, we've got metallic at 1, which is bad, I think. Oh, this is so tricky because the order is so screwed up here. Well, it's... Okay, let me think about this. So, if I want to type out binary... Let's type out the number 2. So, yeah, the least... significant bits on the left, and where would that be read in? That's true. Okay, so I think we need to go FF. I think it needs to be the other way around. Yeah, okay, instead of this, instead of what it was, I think it needs to be FF. I'm gonna try that way around and just see how that looks. So everything is starting to work out. Translated you to say hello. It said hi crazy in the translation. That's funny. I don't know if you can see that, Ratchet, but it said hi crazy. Fortunately, I do understand that sometimes the translator picks up, you know, funny funny stuff. What stuff did I point out exactly? Yes, we're working on getting rid of the if statements in the fragment shader. At the moment, we're gonna be doing other like little things like that today. If we finish everything, we'll just move back to particles. So yeah, all this. I'm looking at our conversation here and trying to fix that, because if I don't do it at some point, I've got to set some time apart and actually do it. Otherwise, I won't do it. All right, so let's just change this around. So yeah, we're loading the textures in from memory, but I'm trying to figure out. What's the metallic and roughness needs to be, you know. We'll see. I just don't know where it reads the... Oh, hang on. It's an RGB texture. RGBA. RGBA. How are pixels stored in memory? They're stored in... Oh, this is actually quite easy. So roughness... Okay. This is... Okay, I figured it out. I figured out what we need to do. So, green is roughness. And blue is metallic. And alpha, I assume, is 1 for this particular case. I think that's what we actually need. It might be 0, 0, I don't know. I argued that descriptive validation is a CPU job. What are you talking about, sorry? This might be the Endianness messing me up again. Is that how it should look? I wish I wasn't moving. This is quite annoying. You know, I'm going to turn off the game camera. I know it's kind of redundant to do this. It's not that important, but I'm going to turn off the player for now because I can't see anything. Yeah, just bear with me, gang. Just a touch. So we need to get rid of the player stuff so we don't get any weird interactions here. Yep, this and yep, okay. That should be good. We should be back on the clip camera. That's what we're talking about, remember? Oh, yeah. That's true, yeah. Sorry. Descriptive validation is a CPU job. Yeah. Sorry, I understood, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, unfortunately, we have lost the ability to move. Real quick. Why? Oh, aren't we updating the camera? Oh, yeah, sorry, I've got the wrong camera. That'll do it. Yeah, so that should be everything. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Yeah, so we've got this problem where... Ugh, okay, fine. We'll look at the other stuff. Yeah, particles have got this problem. If they're all in one place, it really lags out the game. Now, these actually, if I don't... Yeah, I think this should be black. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is correct. The reason I'm saying it should be black is because there's no directional light. Assuming that I'm not looking at it. The brightness of this spotlight is huge. Is very intense. But you can see, even if we go further out, it is being lit, kind of like in a way that makes sense. So this is technically doing physically based rendering, but yeah, I'm happy with that. So what I was looking at the reason I needed to look at that deeply is I needed to... Oops, I completely stopped my... never mind. I needed to make sure that, you know, the lighting was making sense. Next is the occlusion texture, sorry, the normal texture, which I believe is this. But that's not what I think it is anymore, because this is RGBA, and if we looked at what we're saying here, you said 0.5, 0.5, which is 7.7, I think. Is it? Actually, I haven't. FF divided by 2. Okay. So FF, let me go to decimal just briefly, divided by 2. 127. Yeah, okay. So that is 7F even. So that's not right. 7F. 7F. Okay. Let me just catch up with the chat a bit. Do you think that computers will get good in the future, that graphics will be software rendered? That thought hit me yesterday, midnight, and it doesn't sound unrealistic to me. Yeah, graphics. Yeah, that's 100%. I don't think so. I don't think they'll get better. The reason is yeah, I think what Ratchet's basically summing up. They're not designed for that. The reason that we need hardware accelerated graphics, which is basically like Ratchet described, we're doing software rendering technically just on a different type of GPU, on a different type of processor. The reason that CPUs have stopped getting faster, and maybe there could be enough cores to do this type of stuff, but you know, even in the biggest servers, it still doesn't get even close to the amount of cores that's on like a decent GPU. So, you know, it's not something that we'd want to do on the CPU. I mean, software rendering is still a thing that's used, but when it comes to like big major games, normal. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Ratchet's 100% on that. Yeah. Because CPUs aren't getting faster. So even if we have like a lot of cores, they're not getting cores fast enough to be able to do the software rendering. And it's also like, you could do SIMD, but it's like, you know, again, it's not really designed for that. I mean, Intel have technically went down the path of like integrating both CPU and GPU together. So there is like that idea, but it's like, again, it's not that the CPU's got faster, it's that we put a GPU and a CPU right next to each other. So OX, red, what would this be? Yeah, let me let me just check something here. I actually don't know. I am going to go into a... Do I still have these here? No. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. So this is the texture I want, but I actually don't know. So what I'm going to do actually is grab... Open... it's got this button system. Out, and then this. Yeah. What is this? Generally speaking, I know we're not going to get exactly. It is no green. Oh, it's red right in the middle. So I assume this is 50. So if I wanted this 50, and I wanted this 50, which is green, and and 0% blue, really? Huh. All right, so RG needs to be halfway, which is F7. So RG, which is these two. And then B 00. And then alpha. Alright. So if you guys don't know what I'm doing here, I'm making a 1x1 pixel texture. That's what that is. This is what I'm doing here. This is an actual texture. This number here. But it's just for 1 pixel, right? They invented so 221 has said, or Angelica Rizzuki has said they invested in the wrong CPU type. Yeah, they did, really did. Intel really did. So if I peek at this, take the dummy normal texture instead. So RG and then no blue. We should have a normal texture. And we need to load this in. Oh, it needs to delete it, sorry. Oh, it's already deleted, fantastic. And now we just need a function call, I guess, if I'm going to follow the same pattern. Get dummy. Oops. Normal texture. Const. Return this fella. Why did you get rid of that? I think Visual Studios are trying to help too much there. Alright. Let's just grab all this. I should have done this backwards, but whatever. Duplicate, whatever. Don't know why I duplicated, honestly. Get rid of the T. Doodly-loo. Alright, cool. What? Yep, you're all good now. Cool. Now we can use this. And our normal texture. Let's see here. Instead of this, we do GPU dot get dummy normal texture dot index. Right, okay. And then we go into our core shader, which is just the physically based rendering. Oh, didn't quite see. I forgot to get rid of these. So now we're just going to do everything without if statements in. And hopefully that despite having to do more computations regardless if we have the textures in, I think in the general case where we do have textures, it'll be faster. Because we don't have to worry about doing the if statements. So, let's give that a run. Oh, right. Okay, so the way around. Right, we'll find out anyway. Ugh. Bloody particles. All the particles are in one place, so I'm just gonna... Yeah, okay, so I made a mistake by the looks of things. Yeah, so that's the normal texture's not working. We want more Linux streams escape point. Ah, that's true. I should do that actually. There should be a Linux stream. We got this. I can't remember if we had this before. Yeah, we'll have to do a Linux stream at some point. Because I actually do need to do a Linux stream, like not just because everyone, not because you asked, but because it literally is. Let's see if we go to. Alright, so we do FF. Some cross-platforming in the near future for this. Yeah, 100%. I do a lot of development in Windows. Ugh. Sorry, it's the particles that lag the stream out to oblivion of the game. Now I'm upside down. Ugh. It's hard to see when you've got... Okay, so don't look at that. I think I might need to modify the shaders then. Yeah, because I've done a lot of work on Windows, and then I need to fix it on Linux, basically. So we have the normal matrix, which is here. So when this is in, let's just check for a moment. Oops. Yeah, so let's get rid of the particles for a brief minute, because it's kind of annoying me. Because we'll work on them in a minute. They are still busted. Just kind of getting in the way a little bit. Come on, game. Doesn't feel like it. Particle renderer. Where? It's just before I do the compute. Let me think. No, it's above this. It's above all this. It's the begin rendering. We did. Okay, yep. And then we don't want to draw them. We don't want to draw it. Alright, cool. Let's just have a look. Watching you code makes me appreciate high-level game engines. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to do this kind of stuff. Alright, cool. I could just look at a cube without it moving. Get rid of that white dot in the middle. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm just going to disable the normals just for a minute in my shader. It's kind of tricky, this. This is going to break everything else other than the cubes. Oops, that's my Windows noise. I don't know why it just didn't comment. Really? Okay. Doesn't like me doing that. Interesting. Okay. So before I do this, it's just the normalized values. So yeah, ignore everything else other than the cube. Want to make sure that. So this is going to break everything else. Yep. That's correct, right? If we go far away. Yeah, my spotlight is hugely... the intensity is really high. So, yeah. Alright, so that's correct. Now, question is... Let's just... Now, this texture is valid for everything now. Now, I want to see if the normal matrix is breaking it. No, okay, so the normal matrix is completely fine by the looks of things. Oh, wait. No, okay. No, it's broken it. Oh, it's broken everything else as well. So, yeah, we can't rely on that just being done. Yeah, okay, so that was... What should a non-texture be? Let me just try a completely zero texture, right? Because n normalized equals this. So I think what ends up happening is we overwrite this. So we work out the bitangents from the tangents, and then we have the TBN matrix. And you multiply the TBN by the normal, but the normal is assigned again. So the TBN matrix here is only created with the normals. And then obviously the lighting calculation is done with a lot of the normals of the surface, right? So this affects all the lighting. Oh, I just realized I've got my other YouTube stream talking. Let me just, there we go. It just eats battery for no reason. I've muted my other laptop. Where all my chats are. Anyway, so, yeah, okay, that's what I was going to do. I was going to try a... No, because each fragment requires whatever this is, right? And the problem is, I won't know what this is. If you know what I mean. How on earth is this... I basically need this to be not an equals, but a no-op. If that makes sense, right? If and only if we don't have any normal textures. Let me think about this. I've got pins and needles in my leg. Did a lot of squats today. Ugh. It's probably why. Okay, we'll try that. I've just adjusted my chair. Okay, so we have v normalized equals n, and then we do some operation, which apparently gets us out the normals. I'm going to say that is probably fine based on the texture coordinates. Huh, hang on a minute, we don't have the texture coordinates. Right? Yeah, what are the texture coordinates? I just realized something, hang on. If we don't have any textures, what do these end up being? Yeah, so there's our normal matrix, which is totally chill beans. Multiplied by the normal, so we do have like a regular normal thing. Texture coordinates, what are you? You are quantized with this. I think what I need to do actually to fix this is I need to basically have some dummy texture coordinates as well, which just need to be, you know, let me think about this. For each vertex, what should be the... Now, immediately I'm thinking, well, the texture coordinates for a non-texture should be the whole thing, right? But that's for a rectangle. That's for a square. So we could do. Let me explain what I'm trying to say. Let me just find the texture coordinates stuff. Is it not here? Yeah, okay. So if we have a texture, then we quantize these values. But if we don't have a texture, like what on earth are these values? So let's just check, like what on earth. I assume we do hit this with the cubes, so let's just check what ends up being written in here. So I'm just going to do some read. I do a read operation. I just say like, okay, in this for loop, what do these values even mean? I'm assuming then we're just going to get junk, and I think that's part of the problem right now. Our normal matrix coming through is just complete poop. And now you may think like, well, obviously, dude, but is it? I don't know. What is this calculated at? We only need a small one. What texture is preferred to be stored in VRAM? Or is that engine's responsibility? Sorry, I read your previous one. How How to texture budget. How does texture budgeting work in VRAM? Like, VRAM has its own place in memory for textures. Yes, I assume. Actually, no idea. I think it does. Using RAM and swap. Runs everything out. Yep. Does the graphics API manage it? No, you need to manage that. That is, if you want to reduce how much memory is on the GPU. Again, thank you, Ratchet, for this piece of information. You want to take the data and do something with it to make it smaller, right? You use block. I think the block compression format 7 is something that the GPU really likes. So yeah, converting it to that format helps you reduce the amount of memory that's managed on the GPU. You also there's a bunch of stuff that we don't really touch, I think, as far as I'm aware, for the graphics driver, kind of like how the texture transferred up. We just make sure that we do the right Vulkan commands and everything kind of works out based on, you know, what we've sent. So yeah, that's generally what we're doing here. I think we will end up doing that next time, I think. Block compression probably is only good for realistic high detailed textures. You can use other types, but yeah, if you have a high dynamic range texture and you use something like, what is it called? The Vulkan specific one, the the AC01. I've forgotten what they're called, but there's another format, right? It can like, it doesn't quite work very well for those particular cases. It's cool that you know people in Twitch. It's quite nice. When you have 200 textures but VRAM can only store 100, do you pick ones that go into VRAM and which ones in RAM, or is it managed by the API? Yeah, we have the ability to upload like a list of memory now with bindless textures, and we can just index into them. Now there is a limit to that because it's just like we have access to the whole GPU RAM, but we can run out of spaces. We don't really have texture slots really anymore. That's like the bindful way of doing things. So we don't really think about textures as in like how many slots do the textures have. Like there's some register in memory that where the textures sit. We kind of treat it as like a buffer, like any other buffer now, and we just sample over that based on some index value that goes into that buffer. Is this your first engine? Probably not, because you seem to be doing good stuff. No, this is my 5th engine, but that doesn't mean much. Some of my engines were pretty bad back in the day. So yeah, it's good. The more you know about VRAM, by the way, and how it manages, the better you can do with this. But generally speaking, when you have a bindless texture, we don't have a limited amount. With a descriptor set. The bindless descriptor set, you have to make a descriptor pool in Vulkan. It's very weird how you do this. You don't do this like any other way for any other type of memory, but you have to basically do partial indexing, and you have a partial indexing extension in Vulkan, and then there's another one I can't remember, put my finger on. So there's like 2 extensions that you need to turn on. Then you make a pool where that's the amount of like things that you want to allocate. So I have like a max limit of 1048, but that could be as big as the memory, as big as like the whole GPU VRAM, right? It doesn't have to be limited to that. So there is concerns, like you don't want to have like an unlimited amount of textures being uploaded that are all 4K, without any compression or any thought of what's going on, because you will eventually like choke other people's GPUs. So we are TCAP1 refugees. Cool. This is also magical. Imagine someone has never heard of computer listening to this. Buzzword. Yeah, runtime. Yeah, thank you. That's it. Yeah, Zaka said it. Yes, runtime descriptor arrays. That's exactly what it is. That's the other one. That's the other thing you do. You turn on that as well, and then you kind of then you can actually do these things. It gets more complicated as well because you've got to be able to delete these textures. It's a whole thing. I want to nerd out for a bit, but it's really cool though. I consider this like productive work because we're talking about the things. By the way, I don't think this is as me yapping. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yes, you need a GL extension non-uniform qualifier required. Yes, to index into non-constant index. Yes, to use non-constant indexing. Thank you. That's also it. You need to put something in GLSL as well. So there's an actual GLSL thing. But okay, so let's just say that you have gone into a new level, right? Let me change the music real quick before I start yapping about this a bit. I'm really feeling this track, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what it is about this track. We heard it before. It's only 1 minute, and it will go into other tracks afterwards. I just love it. Okay, so let's just say that you walk into a new world, or something like that. I don't know. Or you die in a game, and you need to like load up the game over screen, or whatever. You need to, and you need to like, you're never going to use textures again that are in that level, right? You need a way to like deload the textures, and the way you do that is like you need to do it at the end of the frame when they're not being used anymore. You can't just do it like instantly when you go into the next level, because you could be in the middle of doing something with those textures, despite you transitioning into another thing. So effectively you need to build up like this queuing mechanism where you kind of put all your textures that need to be deleted in a queue, and then wait till the end of the frame and then delete them when it's safe. This is like the efficient way of doing this for this particular type of resource, because it's not completely GPU based and it's not completely CPU tied, right? Which you need to do two different things for those cases. So it's not like a constant buffer that never changes, and it's not like a, I should say, that's actually more accurate. It's not like a constant buffer that never changes, so you just delete that whenever. But at the end of the frame, completely fine. You don't need to do this queuing thing and add them all in, make sure it happens at the end of the frame. I know you would need to do it for constants as well. Okay, my example about constants was bad, but anyway, I just like the idea that you have to make this queuing idea and then delete at the end of the frame, and then you can like start to reuse textures that you've loaded, right? So yeah, there's a whole textures are quite difficult, despite them being like absolutely fundamental to any game. I learned all this from Arseny Kapulkin's. Yo, yeah, Arseny Kapulkin, the goat, one of the goats, dude. Yes, plus mesh optimizer, yeah, 100%. You never listen to, I know, I'm on YouTube, so I don't really know how to split the audio. I do apologize for that. You should never unused for, or yeah, and that'll be for every frame in flight. Yeah, that's true. I could never unload anything in my current framework. Very simple for non-open world games. Yeah. So that's also like a thing. Like, do you actually need to unload textures? It's not too tricky from my experience, but I've never actually done it in anger. And despite, okay, and here's the other thing with textures. The first thing that you should multi-thread, from what I've heard anyway online, if you're going to multi-thread your engine, is texture loading, because it's so slow. Because you want to be able to like render things while things are being loaded. So yeah, it's a whole like it's pretty tricky, right? Because then you've got to like worry about this frames doing things at the end of the frames in flight, and then you've got to worry about like multi-threading this up in a way that you can still render while textures are being streamed in. It's all like, for me this is really cool, but you know, for other people it's like, oh, this is a pain in the neck. Anyway, let's look at what we've been doing. Okay, so that also doesn't work. Oh, we didn't actually look at this. So we do have texture coordinates every single time, it looks like. Does this ever get triggered? Are we in release? No. So I tried the QOI format, which is much simpler, but it's... oh wow, it's like nearly sometimes 2x bigger. Do you store textures as PNGs? Yes, but I think we're going to try and start transitioning to KTH today. That might be what we try and do today later on. Okay, so I'm just going to say that... Let me think about this for a minute. Have you used vector graphics? I assume it's much better than harder textures. Vector graphics, they're just different, right? There's no... You'd use them for different cases, so it's not like you would... If you had a vectorized texture, or vectorized text even, sorry, I meant to say, you wouldn't also use textures for, like, you know, individual glyphs or something. It's like, it depends on the situation. How do we trick a stone into making bineless buffers? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really fun stuff. I'm still learning on this myself, to be honest. But I don't know how to not mess up the normal matrix that I've done the multiplication on for each surface afterwards if I don't have a normal texture. If I don't have a normal texture, what should that be? I'm going to try with 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I just see what that does, but I think it also breaks everything. I need this to be the same for each face. Let me think about this for a bit. No, I don't need to be the same for each face. I just need to not do anything. I just need to be... But I'm saying equals instead of... So this is the vector that's coming from the normal matrix based on the... Yeah. Based on the normal matrix. So we have TBN multiplied by... Okay. But... The problem is... Okay, so we do have texture coordinates. We did establish that. So we do have valid texture coordinates. Yeah, this is the extension we were talking about earlier with that you would need to turn on for bineless textures. This to use this non-uniform EX in GLSL, you need to have that extension that we talked about earlier. Normalized texture, global textures, which is the bineless texture, based on the texture coordinates RGB multiplied by 2 minus 1. Which all makes sense to me, but I don't really know how to get around this if we don't have a texture. And what that texture needs to be. Because if we do 0, 0, 0, we just then don't have anything that's correct. If we have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, we just override that and everything's just pointing in one direction, which is wrong. So effectively, we need to find a way to do this without the if statement, which is kind of tricky. To have bineless, have... I didn't even have to use that. Ah, okay, interesting. I wonder, might be an older extension thing, I don't know. Yeah, but that's the... Huh, I don't know. I've always used it, I actually haven't... I thought that was how you do non... It might be a cast, actually, now I'm looking at it. But anyway. Can't touch this. 0.0.1 is default tangent space, not 0.0. So 0.0.0.0.1 is the default tangent space normal. Tangent space normal, which would result in using the vertex as the normal. Okay. So that would be 0, 0. Okay, let's go into. Let's try that then. So if we had that, that would be RGB, red, green. 1, 2. So thank you can't touch this in the YouTube chat. 1. And obviously this is just the alpha because it's a 4 component thingy. Yeah, we want the vertices to be the... Oh, I think I might need to do more in the shader, perhaps. Oh, the song's sick. Shout out to anyone who's played Streets of Rage back in the day. Right, so if I get rid of this, obviously this is going to break everything else, but... I think we might be, like, doing too much. No, it's close. That's really strange. I'd have to get around this, to be honest. And like I said, if we get rid of this, this is completely chill beans, but it's not... Let me just look at other things. I'm going to look at other things in the scene. You can't store yours as KTX2. Oh, why can't you do that? I'm just going to decompress them. But I'm kind of curious, like, what does that do when we look at things? Ah, right, okay, that's what it does. It makes everything super flat. I was kind of curious. Yeah, that's like super lame. Alright. Alright, we could do something like... Oh, I want to not do if statements. That's the whole point of doing this. I was going to do an if statement, but I'm trying to think about... Yeah, because if you do that again, I've got the no clip camera on. Right, we'll ignore that for a minute, but whoops, you can see the difference. Everything, you know, we have like a relatively relatively good looking, you know, object. Sorry, when I say relatively good looking object, I mean like the light looks kind of like we have black bits down here, for example. Which is like what we didn't have before, and everything was just kind of super shiny for no reason. A relatively good looking object. That's really not what I meant to say. Actually, yeah, you're right, actually. If we say that our normal matrix is actually, like, forget with this TBN stuff, right? We could say, I think I've got an idea. Right, this if statement isn't doing anything at the moment, but we could say, obviously, that what we're trying to achieve here is vec3 based on what can't touch this, which I do trust. He's quite knowledgeable. One. Don't think you mix types, so. Let's see. So that just overwrites that. Yeah, okay, so... No, it still doesn't work. It works in one direction, but it doesn't work in the other. Yeah, and that would break for other faces. Okay, so... I might have to tap out here and just figure out how to do this a different day, because I want to move on to something else, to be honest. I think we've mostly got rid of everything that we wanted. It's kind of like a half victory. But yeah, I'm gonna add that back in, because we lose the normal matrix. I don't really know how to save it, because we have the normals here, and only then do we have the tangent, bitangent, and normals. added to the TBN matrix, and then we just based on a normal matrix calculation that we did in the vertex shader. Because of this, we overwrite it no matter what we do, so it kind of breaks if we don't have the texture. Maybe there's a better way of doing this, but I don't really know how to get around this, if you know what I mean. Unless someone knows like how to generate a normal that's always facing the camera. Sorry, it's always correct. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm just going to bring up paint because I can't really think of. I don't think this will take too long. So if I have, you know, like this, and then like this, like it doesn't really matter, right? Like it's not quite a cube on purpose. What I need to be able to work out is like, okay, what is the normal? Like here, right? And then this goes like this. Whoops. Maybe this is a bit skewed, and that's the actual normal. I don't really know. But yeah, I need to like have these worked out. Like this is all worked out before we apply this like operation here. But it doesn't work out because this texture comes through with, let's say, a normal map where it's just I don't know, 0.5, 0.51 or something all the way around. Then it gets multiplied by our TBN matrix, and then we get this normal matrix out of it. Sorry, normal vector out of it. And it's just not correct. And I don't really know how you would keep this data around, assuming that you had no normal texture and you weren't using if statements. That's kind of the tricky part. Hi, Daniel. You never use tangents in your life. Yeah. I know it's random. Are you into cyber? Yeah, I'm not into. No, I'm doing graphics. I was into for a little bit, admittedly. But I really I decided to focus on what I'm good at rather than like start again in a field I'm really bad at. And this was many years ago now, so I basically know nothing about cybersecurity, considering how fast that field moves. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say for now, because I want to do other things, we're going to worry about, you know, KTX textures now, because I think I've quantized my results enough. We've done the, again, Zaka will know what we've been doing here. We have quantized our lovely our vertices, very much inspired by Arsenica Vulkan. Here and all that kind of stuff, as we do this in tangent space. So yeah, I want to worry about compressed textures. Hello, bro. Hello. Hiki. Yeah, hi Hiki. How you doing, dude? Right. So we need to find a normal texture, set this to uint16 max, because that's how we are error checking. Again, we'll come back to this. We've at least reduced some of the branches, but we're not completely branchless in our shader now. And that should fix everything. When we don't have a texture. So we don't have a normal texture, yeah, because there you go. So the cube is a non-textured object. Its roughness, its occlusion, its emission, its albedo is all correct. Outside of that, though, obviously, because of our, like I keep saying this, but it goes completely white because of the intensity of our spotlight. Because we're in space, right? We need a really powerful torch to see all the rocks in space. So that's why that's like that. All right, so let's leave that for now then. Can you tell me, so Hiki has said, can you tell me how to learn everything about Linux and start contributing? I'm interested in this. Well, you need to learn about operating systems. And I don't think I can tell you everything you need to know about Linux. But I know that going through the book, Operating systems in 3 easy pieces is probably a good idea, and probably the Linux from scratch is probably a good idea as well. These are probably 2 long-term projects that you could probably embark on to become actually good at this. And obviously, stick on Linux. Don't do what I'm doing on Windows, and get good at debugging and stuff and all that kind of thing. Like regular programming stuff as well. It takes a long time to get good, so yeah, good luck. Yeah, just in what space are you? Can't touch. This is on Twitch today as well. In what space are you shading stuff in TBN local matrix? If you can change stuff in. Let me just make sure I'm catching all this. No problem. I'm glad. In which space are you shading stuff in TBN local matrix? If you can change stuff in world space, you can. You also need to transform the normals and tangents to world space. Hi, QuerTy123. Good to see you again. Let me think about that question now. What space am I in? Good question. We talked about spaces a lot yesterday, and it is. Let me look at this. I would be, as far as I'm aware, we're not in world space. We're in model space for this. So for each fragment, that's a pixel. I haven't actually measured the performance of quantization, but I'm pretty much aware that memory is easier to. Memory is generally slower than just doing a bit of extra maths typically. So I'm pretty confident it was a good idea, but I'm not. I haven't measured it. Admittedly, I've just kind of gone off wiser programmers than me who have also done the same thing. I wouldn't know how much faster I've got it. So as far as I'm aware, the tangent vectors. The v normal, the v tangents, and all this kind of stuff, the bitangents, these are all from the model. And if I go to the vertex shader, I don't mind questions like this because it does make me think. So maybe I'm trying to challenge my assumptions here and see if I can. This comes from the model, as you can see, based on the instance, multiplied by the normal, which comes in dequantized. So what space is this in? I think, and you said, in which space are you doing shading stuff? You would also need to multiply the tangents the same way. Let me think about that. V tangents. So we just decompress the tangents. Let me look. What do I do with the tangents? So we normalize the tangents. Then we make the matrix. You're right, actually. Not in the same way, though. We would need to do... If we're going to do this the same way, and we're using this in model space, it's not the same way. It's the... It would be... this... Because this is a column matrix rather than a row matrix, we have to use the adjunct matrix. But I think you're right, though. I think we do need to modify the tangent vectors based on transforming by the model matrix, and then, which is basically the position, whatever the position is, what would, because of the rotation, right? We could have rotated it, scaled it, we could have, farted on it, whatever. So yeah, we need to make sure that this is the final transformation. Just shy of the V position, right? And I think, yeah, if we have the And because tangent vectors aren't a product of the gradient function, we can just multiply it by the model matrix, I think. So we'll see. We'll see. Temple OS indeed. Game dev are bound to Windows. Like, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're stuck. Yeah. Die res. Yeah. If you're trying to learn Linux, just use it. That's generally a good advice. And be careful with the W compound of the tangents that could have stayed untouched. Do you support skinning meshes? Not currently, but I have in the past done that not very well. But that will be the next thing, because I do have to. Let's just see how that touches our tangent vectors. Oops. Yeah, just gonna make sure that we haven't like made a massive mistake here. But I think you were right, actually. I think we weren't transforming the tangent. We weren't transforming tangent space, because we could have scaled. The thing is, we haven't done this yet, but if we did a non-uniform scale, everything would have broken. If I didn't transform the tangent vectors like I just did. So yeah, that was a good observation then, actually. What I mean by non-uniform scale is, like, I don't know, squish it in one direction. It's quite easy to compare the entire PBR maths puzzle. It's quite easy compared to the... Yeah, I just need to do it properly. I've tried it. It just failed completely. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's actually true. Everything's good here. Right, okay, so what are we trying to do next? Yeah, like I said, nothing would have... I could bake into the engine that we're never going to do a non-uniform scale, but I don't think that's... I don't think an extra multiplication by a vector is going to cause any slowdowns in the vertex shader, really. I was kind of worried about like this operation, but the amount of multiplication we're already doing, and it is a vertex shader, so it's not like it's running every pixel. So, all right, cool. Right, let me just clean up a little bit what we've been doing. So we can't use the normal thingy. I'm gonna get rid of this for now because it's just gonna extra lines of code for things we're not using. Because I don't really know how to do that in a way that makes sense. Bit of a fail, but that's chilling. Now, what we're gonna do next, guys, is bust open the Vulkan tutorial, which I haven't done in ages, which I recommend people learn. The how-to Vulkan tutorial for those on Twitch who've never heard me talk about this before. Consider yourselves blessed, but I recommend people if they're learning Vulkan for the first time, they go to the how-to Vulkan tutorial. And we're just going to see how... Yeah, just going to make sure this is still good. Oh, I'm also just going to get rid of the cube as well. Just going to start rendering... Because we need to start being responsible with our resources now. By the way, have you tried out Z? It is a native Vim mode. So you'll have to practice. I have not tried Z. I've got NeoVim. I've got like a native. Sorry, native. I've got a raw NeoVim installed on my Linux Mint distro, which when we go to Linux, we'll be messing around with that. It's not. I don't really know how to use those type of text editors very well, but I do have some notes on them, which I will reread before we go back into that Linuxy world, because obviously you don't have access to Visual Studio. I don't think Visual Studio Code is like very good text editor, to be honest. Right. I mean, I'm sure it's a fine IDE for web devs, but I don't know. Visual Studio is a bit of a pain, and I don't want to be paying. Why are we on the same song twice? Did we really just... Do we have the same song in it twice? No. Weird. Okay. Let me just keep on trucking with this. Trucking even. Okay, everything's good. Yeah, we need to go to the How to Vulkan tutorial, and we need to start taking notes on this particular part of it. Before we do anything with K2X, How to Vulkan. Yep, for anyone who's lurking, this is what I'd recommend you do. Because right now what I'm using is SDB image for all the PNGs and JPEGs. But eventually we're going to have to start to use GLTF Pack, which is a tool written by Arsenica Vulkan. You have to work with compressed textures. And so, yeah, that's what I want to do, and that's going to help us with load times and stuff like that. So it is important that we just stop our silly shenanigans. I this is like air quotes the proper way of doing it, right? So you just need to find out loading meshes maybe. What does GLTF Pack do? It reorders things, so it's like more efficient to load things in. That's what I've been told anyway. So it's one of these things where it's like, let's just say you have a bunch of vertices that are all kind of like tiny, like little, like triangles. It like tries to figure out like, oh, okay, we can reorder these a little bit. It does change the model sometimes, but generally speaking, you'll have like smaller vertex buffers. But because if you're using like, a binary format like GLB, it also like changes all the textures as well to a different format. So yeah, it's actually quite a cool piece of software. The magic of Z is it actually a modern editor with all the features you'd expect. It works on Windows too. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. So you can practice there. Might be why I mentioned it. Ah, okay. Made in WGPU, by the way. Love it. Okay. That's pretty sick. That's something to look at. Okay, so we need KTH. Where are you? So this assumes nothing with this software, so yeah, loading textures, okay. Now, as far as I'm aware, some of the best programs I've seen still use this thing, despite having compressing all the. Yeah, you should see some people in the chat. I've seen someone in chat has used their own compression formats for this type of stuff. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a bunch of notes on this. Might be a little less this might be a bit more lackluster than you were hoping for in a coding stream, but obviously if I'm streaming very often, I need to also study, otherwise I won't make any progress with anything. Can you fill the whole screen, please? Thank you. Because I don't know how to do this, because I learned Vulkan before K2X existed, so yeah, I need to go back and learn this basically. Okay, so it's one of these things. Actually, we need there's an article yesterday we didn't do anything with. Let's delete that. Yep, okay. So how to Vulkan. Oh really? There's already a how to Vulkan. Okay. Cool. What was I? Oh, I was learning how to do VMA here. Like, yeah, because I was using the old VMA system. I remember that now. Yeah, I'll add it to here. Right, I'm just gonna grab a drink real quick because I forgot to get one. If you don't mind me grabbing one real quick. I'll be right back. Pause my little productivity timer. And we'll use the fancy... Do we need this anymore? I don't think so. Yeah, we use the fancy graphics that all professional streamers are known for. Notepad. I mean, I'll still be able to talk to you guys, but I'll just be, you know, obviously walking around. Yeah, so I'm going to get some water and some pop, perhaps. Hopefully this shouldn't be too difficult, but you never know. You never know. This type of stuff, this might take all day. Okay. I'm back. Got some corporation pop, aka water, and some regular pop. Look at that. So I said I dislike I dislike to use Obsidian because the GUI takes too long to load. Yes, that's true. It's a bit of a lag machine, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have attention span for that. I have my own personal CMD tool. Wow, nice for taking notes. That's really cool, actually. Wow, congratulations on making that. That's actually really sick. And it works wonders. I'm gonna add Kaban support this week. Yo, that's awesome. The corporation called? Oh, right. Corporation pop. That's a local thing in where I live. Other English people have asked me, like, what am I talking about? Corporation pop is just a code for water. It's just a bit of a mad one, that one. All right, so what I'm gonna do for studying, I got it from my dad, and people around where I live have always said that. I don't really know why. It is a bit of a nut thing to say, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, so how I study on streams, for those who are new, I will just read stuff out loud, and then just like take notes based on what I said, and then like parse through those notes later on, right? The idea is I hopefully never have to come back to these resources again. I can just refer to my note-taking app. Although it won't be as impressive as you know, the personal command tool that Dai has been talking about just before. So anyway, let's start reading. And I'm sorry for people. This might be like teaching a grandma to suck eggs, but you know, like I said, I'm just like you guys. I'm just learning some science for the first time. Anyway, we are now going to load textures used for 3D rendering a 3D model. In Vulkan, textures are images, just like the swap chain or depth images. Yep. From a GPU's perspective, images are more complex than buffers. Something that... I'm going to change the song real quick. This goes on a bit. That'll do. Just like... Okay. From the GPU's perspective, the images are more complex than buffers. Something that's reflected in the verbosity around getting them uploaded to the GPU. There are a lot of image formats out there, but I'm going to go with KTX, a container format by Kronos. Yep, okay, so that's very first thing I just say the KTX file format is by Kronos. I think someone told me that ages ago, but I will write it down just so I don't forget it. With 1 O. Does FFmpeg support KTX? Will there be loss when converting from PNG? Well, Well, let's find out. Unlike file formats like JPEG or PNG, it stores the image via images in a native GPU layout, meaning we can directly upload them without having to decompress them or convert them. Okay, so there you go. That's what that's about. I don't know if it's lossless or lossy. So this is a format that's native. I don't know if FFmpeg supports this format, honestly. But I can't imagine it's going to be readable by something like an image viewer, based on what I've just read here. Native to the GPU. So there is no need to convert it to something, whatever. Different type. Alright. It also supports GPU specific features like MIP maps, 3D textures, and cube textures. Okay, so it supports MIP mapping, 3D textures, and cube textures. Okay, that's going to be quite tricky. Hopefully not. Obviously, we have a cube map in our game. One tool for creating KTX image files is this. Okay, so I'm just going to grab that, kind of copy that in. Alright, so let's have a look at this. Make it easy to compress textures in whatever works best for you. So I'm just going to make this big again because is this something you can download and use or what? So this is prior to download of any PR tool. Please read our end user. Okay. Okay, so it's got a bunch of. Okay, so text tool is the thing. All right, let's just see what this is. Hopefully, I'm not about to get a virus. Impure function procedure side effects, especially with I/O. Fortunately, mon ads make it possible to abstract away the side effects. You got some unique chatters. Impure function produces side effects. Yeah, I guess. I don't quite understand monads make it possible to abstract side effects away. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Thank you for joining us though, Nico. Yeah. It's my third day streaming, so there we go. On Twitch anyway. I've been streaming on YouTube for a while. Right, so let's give this a run and just see what this is doing. Can it convert between different file formats? This might be complete, like, I download this tool, install it, and never use it again. But it's good to... monads are monoids in category of endo... Oh, okay. It's a copy. Got you. Fair enough. Yeah, you're baffling me. You've got me. I've been trolled. Officially. I don't know. Maybe I'm not smart enough to know all this type of stuff. I'll just put it that way, perhaps. Okay, so what did I just download and where did it go? It was called PVR text tool. So PVR text tool GUI. Okay. So it's QC license, and I assume we can open a file. So we're just going to do this once. This is just more for like learning more than anything. So I'm going to take my live stream picture and... Okay, so that's good. And then maybe can we export this out with a X thingamajiggy? Encode. Maybe it's a bit foolish to just fumble around with a piece of software I've just downloaded and I don't really understand how to use. Oh, right. Okay, so we can create an IBL environment map. Wow, that's really sick, actually. Oh, wow. Cool, cool, cool. Create a cube map. Create a texture array. Ah, okay. Right, right, right. I didn't know this is a tool for that kind of thing. Yeah, because I eventually do want to do IBL stuff. Yeah, we'll do a single for now. Ah, okay. So how do I... Is there a way to change this? No, it's just... Okay. Can I change this to KTH or... I don't... I'm looking for X... Save image as... There's PNG again. Reset texture. Alright, maybe I'll leave this for a different day. I thought this would be like, oh, you just decompress it. But it looks like there's a bit more going on here than... But it's kind of cool, though. It's kind of a cool tool. I didn't realize you can make a IBL environment map and all that kind of stuff in this. So this is actually kind of a nice piece of software. I just don't know how to use it. I'll just put it up to that. So PV... Alright, cool. The reason I wanted to do that is because I want to write that in my notes. This tool allows you to create cube maps, IBL environment maps, aka HDR textures, I assume. So you spell environment? Nope, missed an M. I felt like I did miss something. Environment, textures, and add MIP maps to textures. Right, okay. Fantastic. Yeah, so that might be something to come back to. Anyway. With the help of the library, such as, you know, loading file from disk is trivial. So you have it, yeah, okay, so we have this. Textures we load are an 8-bit, yeah, that's true, actually, I assume the same thing. Even though we don't use the alpha channel, you might be tempted to use RGB instead, trying to save memory, but RGB isn't widely supported. If you used to format in OpenGL, the drivers often secretly, I didn't know this, converts them to RGBA. In Vulkan, trying to use an unsupported format will, it will just fail. Yeah, it's exactly right. Okay, there we go. That's actually kind of sick. So I don't personally like writing, even if it's like pointless almost. I try to avoid writing out my notes, you know, if I'm going to write some code. I'm going to write it out by hand, right? So even if it, you know, copying and pasting would be faster, because I'm not going to use standard string even. So anyway, I'm actually going to not use a for loop because I don't really do things that way. Library, use you'll be able to load things from disk like this. Alright, so KTX texture, KTX texture. That seems a bit, I say K texture just because there is a difference now. and you just assign it to null. Next, we need to do a standard string. I am just going to lazily say const char pointer for now. Path. Could do a const expr as well, I guess. Extra cool points in our C++ness. Const expr path. Path to file.ktx. I feel like we're listening to the same 5 songs over and over again. So let's click another track. Yeah, this is good. It's my favorite. All right, so and then ktx texture create from named file. Path. KTX texture creates load image data bit. All right. So I can't imagine that's that complicated. Let me just do the address like anything else. Cool. I really like this note. This is actually kind of interesting. It's more of a bit of trivia. But I will just write when you're using OpenGL and you request RGB instead of RGBA, it often secretly. This is why I like Vulkan. Yeah, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is just like what I did in OpenGL, and then oh wait, it just completely breaks because it's not doing what you expect anymore in Vulkan, right? It's kind of sick. Is often secretly adding a alpha channel to your file format. RGB in Vulkan tends to just be RGBX, lol. Yeah, that's really funny. I really like that. That's actually who would because I didn't spend that much time in OpenGL. I don't, and I'm very rusty. I completely forgot that. It's kind of funny, isn't it? It happened to me that I was so confused when nothing supported RGB on Vulkan. I love that. However, when you're trying, if you try to select this type within Vulkan, you end up however, if you try to select this type within, forgot the word Vulkan here, Vulkan, you end up actually selecting RGB, which isn't widely supported. Supported, so just use RGBA. Yeah, because that's something that might trip you up in the future, you know. So it's good to know these like little tidbits. I only use KTX V2 because V1 is old. I don't care about it. What? How do you know the difference? Ratchet, do you know? Is this version 1? Is there like a vert2 at the end of these functions or something? Or is it just like you just use a different version of the library? Okay, so we just create So you just get the format like this. It's basically the same. And then you... Okay, so... Everything... After this point is basically the same as using STB image with a couple of changes. Ah, right. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Ratchet. Because I'm learning this for the first time. This is like the other thing I needed to fix. You know, I've just been like neglecting changing my at the very least, I need to move my textures from. Ah, okay. Thank you. So, is that okay? Let me There are 2 versions of the library, and KTX version 1 is getting relatively old here. Thank you, that's actually really helpful. I will actually type out the code exactly how you've written it. It's generally the 2 different formats are for the actual files themselves are .ktx for version 1 and KTX 2 for version 2. If you can use version 2. I don't know why, but I'm just gonna say that I don't have any justification. So I'm gonna say like version 1 or version 2. It's just gonna be like version 1. And then version 2 is just gonna have the same thing. So obviously we can always correct this after the fact. So if I make a little mistake here, don't feel free to call me out obviously and tell me like I made a mistake here. But it looks like okay, so it looks like it's after every thing, right? Both. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll correct that. 2 versions of KTH within the same library. This kind of all works like Vulkan version 2 of some functions. All right. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for that piece of information there, Ratchet, in the lovely YouTube chat. Let me just grab some of my drink. All right. I won't do that for every single piece of code, but yeah. So this looks like a. Let's look up a VK image create info and kind of do it the way I like to do it, because I like to do it a specific way, which doesn't really mean anything, but anyway. Yeah, so we're just gonna grab this and oh dear, throw this in here. And I'm just going to use the KTX version. Obviously, it's going to remove the tabs. Bam, 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 bam. Wish you could do a control arrows to remove things all at once, but yeah. Alright, cool. So he has undefined usage is, yes, we just need to grab what he's doing here. I'm sure it's sampled and transfer destination like every other image on the planet when it comes to a Vulkan. Oh, that's wrong. It's just image type will be VK image 2. I don't have to VK image type 2D. All right. And the format is the special parts. Do I do extends in here? Extends, extend. Yeah, I do them all separate. Okay, KTX2, texture. 2 get VK format. Oops. KTX. Oops. Texture. I was going to say texture T. And what do you do for flags? Probably nothing, right? Nip levels you also do. Okay. Where on earth? So you have these, which I'm just going to steal. Put them into Notepad. Hello, Mabdo. Oh, did I mess up my notes? Let me fix that. KTX2 is an extension of KTX1, so nothing was removed. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. How you doing, Mabdo? Hopefully your coding is going well. And your life is going well too. Right, so width. And then height. And then is it just depth? Yep, I assume. And then oh, you say depth equal to 1? Fine. Array layers is 1. Makes sense. The sample. Do we have samples in here? I know. Sorry, I'm being a bit slow here, but Yep. Okay. So samples. Like I said, I want to learn this once and never have to come back again. Where's the MIP? That's what I was looking for. Number, MIP number levels or whatever. I'll have to change this halfway through because this song goes on for ages. And there we go. Okay, so we're done. Then we're just going to take the how I load my textures personally. Which is just this old way of doing it. Again, we'll just remove the white spaces and then we're chilling like a villain. We love that. We love learning. Well, I do anyway. If it's closer to my code, then I'll have a better chance of getting this right. Cool, fantastic. And I'll just put a comment up here being like, loaded KT K texture here. All right. Sorry, it's a bit quiet there. I was just having a good drink and thinking about what I was doing next. Good days, good days. Anyway. So, as far as I'm aware, we might be just done. I'm just going to speed through this and probably not going to make any more notes. The formats, reads in the get format VK thing. And then we get the height, width, and number of MIP levels that come from our desired combination. We want to transfer data from disk. But yes, for the transfer later for this point, that's fine. Eventually we'll be able to get rid of this. We'll never have to do that again with the new 2026 roadmap of Vulkan. Anyway, VK usage share image bit. We again use I love Linux, Apache, PHP. I forgot what M means. What's LAMP mean? What's the acronym LAMP? Linux, Apache, PHP. Anyway, we again use VK layout undefined. That's only allowed in this case. It's not pre-initialized with any data. Yep, we create the image with VMA. We use auto. We create this texture to be accessed in our case. I thought this would be harder, to be honest. I don't know why I've put this off for so long. You've finished one step, have I? Is there more KTX stuff to do? Oh yeah, okay. I guess there is. What else do I have to do? Set up the memory barriers, dependency info. Okay, so there is a bit more code in here that we have to write. It's from the movie. Oh, fair enough. MySQL, that's the one. You got it. That's it. That's what it is. It's MySQL. That's what it is. Yeah, LAMP is. Yeah, because you need a database to handle everything. Yeah, Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. It's an old one now anyway. I don't think people do that anymore. I'm sure there's all sorts of better ways of doing web stuff. But anyway, transcode sometimes set up regions, do copy, set up barriers, yada yada yada. Yeah, it looks very similar to like what I've already done in the past. But it looks like there's a. The problem is there's so much fluff around this. There isn't like the speedy version of what you're supposed to do differently. What I might... Ooh, you would have destroyed the textures. Okay, so... let me just take a drink. Okay, what we're gonna do... I think I'm pretty tempted, to be honest, to just dive in and see what we end up missing here. I might make a separate function And we might take notes along the way. Or am I just being impatient? How long is this actually? Okay, so load. Yeah, it's not that long. Let's just go through. Let's just go through it properly. I thought it was longer than this. Yeah, because we've already done this. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's more work if you want to load images with MIPS, array layers, maybe cube maps and cube map arrays. Yeah, exactly. So I do want to replace all my textures with this eventually. So if we do, because I do have a cube map, obviously. I don't have like a nice environment map where it's all high dynamic range and all that kind of stuff. But for IBL stuff, so at the very least we need to. I think I do want to know this properly, so I don't end up getting stuck. So yeah, let's just I'll skip over the stuff that I've already studied. I'll just sift through the information. It sounds like a lot, but it's not that much extra code. Yeah. I just want to understand the extra code, I think, as well. We create a view, which the image texture is will be accessed. In our case, we all want to access the whole image. Yeah. Okay. So, of course. You want? Okay, let's change the song. I did say I'd change this, like, because this does go on and on and on. Let's go with this. Such a good track. Of course you want to create an image view afterwards, typically. Very texture. That would be done like this. Yeah, it's not like I can't just speed through this. I just want to make sure that I don't make mistakes and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Alright, so we're just going to grab this and we're going to basically delete a bunch of cruft. Yeah, okay, so we're just going to take a bunch of image. That would be, we create the image. Okay, that would be that, okay. How does it work out the formats? We're only going to do color, so let's go to this. I'm not going to make a depth texture from this ever. Well, I don't know. Is there any point of ever saving the depth texture to disk? Huh, I never thought of that. I guess I have a feeling that's not ever a good idea, but whatever. So now we just need to figure out the differences between these two. So yeah, K, which is his level counts. Oops, I forgot it's adding a bunch of crap in. Yeah, you would store that as a R32F texture. Do you know what it'd be used for? Like, because I've only ever used depth textures on the fly. Just out of curiosity, I don't really know. Like, you know, because you can do like all sorts with depth textures, right? Obviously, you can do, you know, build the hierarchy Z. Yeah, like an actual, like, what would be the point of saving a depth texture to disk and then reusing it? That's the question. It just popped into my head. Anyway, with dealing with an image created, it's trying to upload the data. Unlike buffers, we can't simply mem copy an image. That's because optimal tiling stores the texels in hardware specific layouts, and that would and we would have no way to convert to that. I see. So Sri Tunks has said, I think maybe medical imaging has some applications for that with CT scans. Not sure otherwise. Yeah, that. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, you would save out the texture. Yeah, I never thought about like a completely different application, not outside of graphics. Yeah, because maybe you do a CT scan in 3D and then you only want to see the depth of that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, except for debugging and storing all the frame buffers to disk for end frames. Yeah. I think you both guys have came up with like decent ideas. Anyway, let's get out of this. I didn't know that. This is actually quite a new piece of information. It's kind of obvious, but now I've read it. But okay, so we of course need to do a staging buffer to allow us to upload our textures with a optimal tiling, which we have no way of knowing what type that is. Creating a buffer is very much like creating a shading buffer object with minor differences. Okay, so staging buffer. I think I can pretty much skip all this, but I think I might do it anyway. Yeah, because I put this in a binary resources to update thing, and then we do this later. In your engine, in the void engine, you just stick it in a queue and update it at the end of the frame. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I do. I don't know if that's a necessarily good idea for all the textures that can be uploaded immediately, but anyway, it's not too important. This buffer transfer temporary source to... Hang on, do I actually do this? Oh, we would need to do data size. Okay, this is a bit trickier. So when we create... so that's us initializing things. Here is where we're using it. And the only difference here is that we do a VK buffer create info. Half your battle is, I think, fighting tech debt. I think I'm okay right now. Yeah, but I feel like in general that's the case, but maybe not for this. We might rip all this to pieces. I don't know yet. I don't mind this setup. It's actually okay. When do I act? Okay, that's just us doing something slightly different, I thought. But we do need this size. Hang on, where do we actually do this? I actually don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm fighting tech deck a lot here. Yeah, I'm just being too optimistic. Alright, where on earth are you being done, dude? Okay, this is for buffers, which is obviously not what we care about. Minus buffers. GPU. Ah, okay. Okay, so at this point we should have a tech. Yeah, okay, so we do this later on. All right. Okay, I got a bit confused then. Right. What do we need in here that's slightly different? Size. Image size. Okay, so we can actually work out this image size properly. Instead of like what we're doing this like not very good method. I think, is that going to tell us the entire size of the buffer, including for cube maps? I'm going to say yes, but I have no idea. All right. Yeah, okay, so we need a way to pass in this data, which I don't think actually happens. How would I... It's the size of the whole data, thank you. Alright, so yeah, we don't have to worry about this if we're using KTX to... yeah, so this is this. Yeah, okay, so this is the actual what we need. So the image size... Do we actually use this? Oh, yeah, okay, so we do something slightly weird here for... every MIP level, every array layer. Okay, so yeah. Thank you. I should start streaming too, lol. I got up to like 10... I got up for 10 times for a 5-minute break. That's exactly why I stream, right? That's exactly why I stream. I do the same. I'm like, oh, I'll just go on Discord. You know what I mean? Like, and goof around on there for like 10 minutes and then come back and do it again. Well, part of the reasons. I think I explained part of the reasons. But I'm glad you're seeing the vision here with streaming. Okay. Right, so we need to work out how to do this in a way that makes sense. So when we create our staging buffer, we need... how would I get the... I guess I don't know. Zach, yeah, I know exactly what you mean there. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm gonna go for a quick gaming break. You know, I should be learning how to. I should obviously playing games every now and again. You know, as a game developer, and then yeah, 5 hours later, I'm tired of gaming. Anyway, right. Okay, so yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is kind of screwed up. Why did I do this? I've forgotten. I use the stream for procrastination. Yeah. It's one of those things, isn't it? My go-to is Devil Dagger. That game's short enough to kick me out. Kick me out after like 10 minutes. Ah, okay. My problem is that not knowing what to do work on next. I got like 10 things all broken at the same time. Zach, Zaka. I totally get it, yeah. I have the same problem, to be honest. Alright, so this is kind of tricky because I need to have like the way I built this anyway is I load things into an array of images, and if I just get the whole texture, is there a way to get like like individual faces? In fact, we could just divide by 6, or divide by this to get the divide by the layer count to get the image size, perhaps? That's only going to be divisible by 6. The problem with that is not everything's divisible by 6. It's not like so we could end up with I spent like 2 hours playing games and now I'm procrastinating here. Yeah, man. Oh yeah. Oh shiz, yeah. Flippin' heck. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I was getting sucked into what is it called? Bloody Stardew Valley. I've been trying to stay away from RuneScape. I've got this RuneScape itch. I really want to play RuneScape, and I'm like, I know I'm just gonna no life that for weeks. As soon as I boot it up, I'm like, I'm just gonna work on my mining skill for a bit, and like 2 weeks later, I'll be like, oops. Why am I 99 in mining? That was a waste of time. Yeah, so yeah, I've been trying to avoid that like the plague. Right, okay, so lol, same. Nope, I think I've got I don't think it matters if we've got OBS up. Yeah, I need to kick my own ass recently. I think I said this earlier on the stream. I've been slacking off quite a bit, coding-wise. I wonder how Stardew Valley was made in the tech stack. It's simple pixel game, but I know it has shaders and stuff. Mondo, it's the Mondo game engine or framework. Oh, is it Mondo? Oh, hang on. Yeah, is that it? No. What is it called? I've forgotten. Is it the Mono game engine? What is it called? Mono game. Yeah, that's it. Mono game. Sorry. There you go. It was made with this framework. Ta-da! Evidence right here. I don't know what language it was written in. It's based on XNA, so he could have written it in C# in theory. Not that he would have, but I have no idea the language. Mono game uses C#. Yeah, it's a old Microsoft thing. I don't know if it's ported to all the platforms. I have no idea. Programming is like a game too, yes, but if you don't make progress, your brain will trick you into stop trying. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, Stardew Valley is just like a turn your brain off type deal, you know. Right, okay, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to figure out the image size. Okay, so this would be the... Right, okay, so this... int 32... I should try and do this the other way around. Look at him using a C-style cast. We are afraid of C-style casts in C and C++ land now. No one ever uses these. No, I'm obviously joking. I don't know what this would be though, the actual individual image size. Alright, let me look this up. So the KT... Yeah, let's just do some documentation here. Yeah, monogame is well popular. Most influential game developers try to not use niche tech stacks as a challenge. Yeah. How can you chill with the time pressure? I don't really care if I like mess up on that game. You know, I understand this, like, oh, if you haven't done this by this amount of time, then everything breaks. You know, whatever. I'll just restart and do it again. I need documentation here, my guy. Is this what I want? Okay, let's make this big now. So, what I need to see is get image. Alright, so what am I after? I'm after the non... Oh, this song is so good. Okay, so, yeah. I want also the size of the image. Point to the start of the image, no. Okay, so the byte length of the texture uncompressed image, fair. Okay, yep. Is array, okay. This is going to get really hard with the cube textures if I don't get this right. Change are pointed to the texture image. Return to total size. Okay, so that's just the point to the same thing. That's just the size. So what do we have here? I see. I was just reading what dies Z. That's funny. constantly annoyed with the fact that it's a garbage collected language. Yeah. I don't mind. That doesn't bother me too much. That kind of stuff. But there we go. Yeah, it is strange how all the text created. So anyway, so how do I know how big the? Wait, am I being stupid? I think I'm being dumb, right? I can just multiply these together. Yeah, I have a feeling that I have all the data I need to work that out. I wouldn't use data size. I would use the base height, base width, and I need the component size. I think it would just be 4, right? Is that what I just need here? Yeah, that's it. To replicate exactly what I've done, which I'm not going to complicate this any more than I need to. So, literally, I could just turn on my brain for 5 seconds and then figure out that this is all I need to do, right? Dead easy. Like, why did I need to complicate that to oblivion, right? Okay. Yeah. Bit of tech debt, perhaps. Actually never written in Go. You will realize garbage collection is not a big problem. It's just the... Oh, is that the JVM and the .NET overcomplicated memory management? Makes everything harder than it has to be. Makes sense, yeah. I can imagine they're like guarding against like every single situation under the sun on like computers that probably don't exist anymore. Like, oh, what happens if this is a A program from 1982 on the first version of C#. I don't know. That's usually how things get complicated anyway. Anyway, for me, from my experience. Anyways, so that was a big side tangent into learning that I could just turn on my brain for 5 seconds and then know what I needed to do. Thank you for bearing with me with that one. I was looking for like how big is an image, but that's not even an STB image either, so I don't know what I was looking for, to be honest. How's your Vulkan? There we go. Okay. Is there anything else that's very specific to this? I don't think there is, right? So it's just like the same stuff. If we just pass up the... Okay. As far as I'm aware, I do basically all that just as I go. Yeah, for like this. And staging buffer and what it's used for, and the transfer optimal, and the barriers, and blah, 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 blah. I don't really need to do anything else really that interesting, I don't think. I just had a thought in my renderer. I just realized I don't transition the memory type. I completely blanked on this. Would this be shader read optimal the whole time though? Oh, okay. I've made a mistake here, and NVIDIA has just made everything general, so it's never even come up. Okay. Okay, so there's a big mistake with my renderer when it comes to the particle renderer. Because I've completely blanked on this, and I've got this correct. I think I need to transition the memory types on AMD. If I had an AMD chip, this would break. But in, what is it called? In NVIDIA chips, everything's in VK General. Anyway, so it doesn't really matter what you do. You could, well, I actually don't know. I think you might get a validation there if you did something stupid. But outside of, you know, if you don't do anything, it's just in VK General anyway, which is going to be... But AMD chips are going to be like, what the hell are you doing here? Alright, so that's actually good to know. Particle renderers are wrong. If it's a transfer, it needs to be in transfer memory. It's not going to be too difficult to fix, but anyway, I just need to kind of write an error here so I don't end up just forgetting about it. You need to transfer the memory types themselves as well as the pipeline. Yeah, so I've set up this, like, I've been taking a lot of care to do the destination, and I've done the access masks properly, but I haven't transitioned the memory. So everything's just kind of like floating around in whatever format the graphics card wants to do. But anyway, I think we're almost done with this anyway, so I think we're pretty close to being done. Ooh, oh, maybe I've missed something. Alright, so we've done this. Let's just read the rest, which I don't think is going to be that complicated. So, yeah, interesting, this does it properly. Might... Oh, this is actually really cool, because I've done this like in the laziest way possible. Maybe I can do it... Maybe I can improve my image loading. Instead of doing a QA idle, I can maybe do a fence, yeah. So it sets up a fence. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to be not super motivated. I'm going to... yeah, so the layout needs to destination optimal, then... Yeah, because I've done VKQ way idle for everything when it comes to uploading stuff. But it's probably better to do it like this. By fencing it rather than... or even better using time-limit semaphores, but... you know, we're not that cool yet. This might be a bit overwhelming. I think we're going to have to just write our own kind of like image loading thing. Alright, so let's get the library first, right? Let's get the KTX library. And then we'll try and nab its ideas rather than its code. Twitch is telling me something. What? Okay. I don't know what that means. Okay. Is this what we need? Fantastic. Right. Sounds good. Okay, so the first thing I need to be able to do is... how do I change my... I need to do GLTF pack, don't I? Let me think for a minute. How do I... right, I need KTX textures to even begin to do this. So I'm going to download the How to Vulkan source code / data if it exists. And so here's the repository. The source code can be found in this folder, the tutorial. The text tutorial. Oh, right. I was getting excited then. I was like, wow, he's written a whole tutorial on text. Yeah, but where's your assets? That's what I'm after. Okay, so you do have them just here. In KTX format. I need to convert my GLB files into... yeah, let's go to GLTF pack. This might be like too much. Optimizing the GLTF file to reduce the download size and improve loading and rendering speed. The preview binary is this. You can convert a GLTF file using GLTF pack to run the command line. So you can use those formats. Fantastic. GLTF pack changes the GLTF data by optimizing the meshes for vertex fetch and transform cache, quantizing the geometry to reduce the memory consumption of and size, merging meshes to reduce draw call count. Very nice. And quantizing and resampling animations to reduce the animation size. And simplifying playback and pruning node trees by removing and collapsing redundant nodes. It also simplifies meshes when requested to do so. Very good. By default, GLTF pack outputs regular GLB/GLTF files that have been optimized for GPU consumption using various cache optimizations and quantization. These files can be loaded by GLTF loaders that support this extension, like these, such as this and this. When using -C, GLTF pack outputs compressed GLB/GLTF using the mesh optimizer codec to reduce the download size further. Loading these files requires extending GLTF with support for GLT for the X mesh optimizer compression extension. 3GS supported in this. Okay. For better compression, you can use CC, which applies additional compression. Additionally, make sure that your content delivery method is configured to deflate a gzip. Optimize codec are designed to produce the output that can be compressed further with general purpose compression. For maximum compression, consider the with higher compression levels do CZ option. GLTF pack can also compress textures using the basis universal format stored in, there we go, that's what was after, stored in the KTX2 container. The TC flag requires support for there's an extension here. No, I thought it would just store it in. Maybe I should do both, or using WebP formats. It's fine. It's fine. When working with GLTF files that contain point clouds, GLTF automatically processes the point cloud data to reduce the download size to extend to the extent possible. In addition, aforementioned compression options, either C or CC are recommended. GLTF pack can prune point clouds to provide a more uniform, denser density when the SI option is used. Sure. When decompressing files, so it goes into this. This is why I think I've been failed to use this in the past, because it's texture basis U. I don't really know how to deal with that. I mean, we could just work on the KTX2 container and not worry about the additional texture base U. Like, how is this dealt with in GLTF? Okay, this extension adds the ability to specify textures using the KTX v2 image with basis universal super compression. Okay, and an implementation of this extension can be used. Such images are an alternative to PNGs and JPEGs, available in GLTF2 for more efficient asset transmission and reducing GPU memory footprint. Furthermore, specifying MIP levels. Specifying MIP map levels is possible. Okay. When the extension is used, it allows you to use the values image KTX2 for MIME type properties of images that are referenced by the same source. Properties of texture basis texture. Okay, so it doesn't look like anything's. So using the KTX2 with the, what is this basic universal super compression? Because I don't really, is that KTX? I actually don't know, because I don't know much about KTX, to be honest. What is this? Basis universal is an open source super compression, low dynamic range, high dynamic range, GPU compressed textures, interchange system from the Binomial LLC that supports 2 intermediate file formats, the KTX2 open blah blah blah, and our own basis file format. The file supports rapid transcoding to virtually any compressed GPU texture format released over the past quarter century. Okay, as far as I'm aware then, so this is a file format in KTX, in the KTX file format. So I assume that if I apply the basis universal super compression on KTX, on the KTX library, we should be able to decompress that into something that we actually can use, right? I don't know. I literally have no idea. But that would make our files a lot smaller on disk, which would be nice to be sending these to people. At the very least, in a format that's like at least compressed, right? At the very least. I don't really know how professional game devs do their assets on, you know, when sending them to people. At runtime, engines are expected to transcode a universal texture format into some block compressed texture formats supported by the platform. Makes sense, makes sense. I know that's what Ratchet has done. Chronos texture basis U extension is added to the texture object, specifying a source property that points to the index of the image, which defines a reference of the KTX v2 image basis universal super compression. The following GLTF will load image KTX in the clients that support. Give it a sec. Clients that support this extension and otherwise fall back to. I see. When using a GLTF binary format, the image that points to the KTX v2 mine type of. Right. Okay. So it's just in the buffer view. To use KTX v2 image. If you're looking for some general, so Tunkster said, if you're looking for some general ideas, general asset packing, I think some of the Decima engine pack file code is open source. Oh, cool. For modern reference, thank you. That's actually really, that might be useful. But it usually is just chunked. Encrypted binary blob. I see. I do know it's like binary blobs. The thing is, do I care if the user decides to open up my assets and then paint a silly, I don't know, a penis on it or something? I don't really, to be honest. But I want to do it like, you know, it's not that I don't mind. So the encryption thing is less important. It's more when I give out this game, right? I want people to, you know, have it like reasonably sized, that it's not like a mess. So that the compression, so the packing might be good. But maybe I can skip the compressed, maybe the chunking perhaps, I don't know. Put it in like a .dat file or something, I don't know. To use, but thanks for that, said Tunks. Oh, Sri Trunks, sorry. To use KTV2 images with basis universal super compression without a fallback, define this in both the extension used and extension required. The texture object will then have its source properly omitted, as shown. Okay. So it looks like I need to do. I don't know what the block compression step is for this type of thing. Yeah, so this is what I need. When combined with occlusion textures, otherwise the rest channel is ignored. Right, let me think. So, okay, so we have a couple of guys, viewers, we have these. My question is there a difference between a universal block, sorry, universal block, the basis universal super compression KTX2 file and just a regular KTX2 file? Does that exist? Are all KTX2 files? I don't think they are, but I would need to know. Because if I do GLTF pack on my... what kind of game would you like to make? A little space game, I can show you actually. So I've got the no-clip camera on, all shy. So we don't have the player at the moment flying around. But effectively, outside of this silly little menu, I should change this back to the actual player. These are all lots of debug geometry. We have the debug geometry. I want to like be flying around, shooting stuff, right? Currently have just like 2 basic lights in the scene. Gonna add some stuff into the scene that you can do stuff with. There is some collision. It's not going to be a major big game, but it's going to be hopefully the technology. I'm spending more time than I probably need to make this game. Because I want to make sure that the engine is able to support like future games, not just this one, right? So like this is why I'm worrying about the, you know, oh, is the K2X file format, you know, like what do we need, right? Because eventually I want to give this to you guys, and I don't want to have to like, you know, the loading take forever and all that kind of stuff, right? Because right now, if I look at my asset folder, if I just have the asset folder here, it's 221 megs. Which isn't small, but you know, I don't have that many assets, right? There are a couple of things I don't need actually. There's like multiple duplicates of the same asset. You know, if I was to take the assets that you do have, which would be these two, yeah, be 3.6 meg, and then these would be tiny, and then all the textures. So that'd be 7. So let's say 11 meg, and then. That'd be 11 meg plus. So that'd be like 21 megabytes, right? And what I'm trying to do is 1, reduce the loading time, and 2, make sure that, you know, you guys have. I don't know, the audio is actually bigger than I thought, but there's some stuff I wouldn't use in here. And I also want to reduce loading time. I just want to do stuff well, right? That's like a big thing for me. I don't want to. I want to do it air quotes correct, whatever that means, right? So yeah, that's what I'm working on. Little space game. Thank you for the question, by the way. It's a great question. You know, anyone else who's you know, if you want me to dive into what that means and all that kind of thing, you know, feel free to ask more questions. But yeah, that's the general outline of what I'm after. Alright. Saying that, I've got to consider that I might be going off a bit of a deep end here. I want to use KTX textures. Let's try and convert. Let's just, okay, simply. Let's do the simplest thing first, right? Simplest thing first. Let's just take a PNG that we're using currently. Which would be the particle renderer. The particle renderer is doing one texture, this thing. And actually, we can just use the main menu because we're not actually doing the particles right now. Because we turn them off. Can I change this into a KTX format, KTX2, and load this in successfully? That's my goal. let's make that a goal, right? Right. I think I went a little bit deep on the GLTF pack kind of thing, right? That's going to be useful for later on, if I can load a bloody texture, right? Because we have this basis universal super compression thing to deal with as on top of the KTX2 library and all that kind of thing. So anyway, PNG. I don't know how to change this. I assume there's like some way of doing it. So PNG to. Let's just check this doesn't have. So let's just check quickly. Does this have a KTX2? Let's do test. And so can you export out in this format? Do you know what this is? Yep. Okay, you don't know. To KTX2, right. Is there a way of doing that? I mean, obviously there's going to be online tools, but how do you do this? This file... What is this site? What is going on? Oh, this is for Flight Simulator. Okay. How do you convert files to KTX2, right? That's what I should be asking. Nope. Get out of this. What am I doing? You know what? We didn't try this tool that we downloaded before, right? Let's try and actually use it. Yeah, this thing. Right. Can we save... Alright, no, sorry, that's dumb. Let's open this. I'm going to try and save it as... Oh, no, sorry. Save image. Test.ktx2. Do you know what that is? And what do we get? Okay, no, that did not do what I wanted at all. Right, let me check. There's got to be a way of doing it with this tool. Tool. NVIDIA has a program called Texture Tool that converts to block compressed stuff. Ooh. Have you tried the CryEngine? No, I have not. Hello, bot, by the way, on the YouTube chat. Yes, actually, that's NVIDIA has a program called Texture Tools. Power Tools should also have an option for output KTX. Okay, I'm on the right path then. I'll stick with this for now. If you're confident that, well, you're confident. Let's just say that you know 100% what you're doing and I don't know anything. So let's just look this up. PVX tool. Why is there kind of a different font in chat? Yes, someone noticed that earlier. I don't notice any difference, to be honest. I'm sure YouTube has changed stuff for you. I hope it's not too distracting. What is this called? PVR text tool. Export to KTX2. That's all I need to know. I just need to know how to do this. Is there yes, you view documentation. Okay, cool. Has the outputs to... okay, so I save them out. Right, okay. So I assume then I Save as test.kt. Okay, hopefully this doesn't get confused here. Nope. Okay, so we have a KTX2. Now we need to view this. If I go back to the... So there was a viewer somewhere referenced here, so we're going to try and view this before we even do anything. Otherwise, we don't know. So the KTX2 viewer 3.js or something? I don't know. Is there a way to just... I just want to see it. Like, KTX2 viewer, right? That's what I'm after. What I'm after? Is this the thing? Yes, okay, thank you. If I throw this in here, let's see. Do you know what this is? No, okay. I don't really care if you... Did it do anything, or am I just getting a virus? Okay, it's partly supported, so maybe it's just not going to work. Let's see. I just want to see what it does, man. Okay, okay, so it's horribly warped, but at least okay, that worked, yeah. KTXviewer.com, yeah. If that's it, that might be it. Yep. Back. Hi, the big loose keys. Welcome back, man. Is that a thing? KTXviewer.com, hang on. Or was I just on that website just then? Right, I've got to be careful here. This might be... God knows what's going to turn up if I'm not careful. That was the scuffed one. Okay. Okay, got you. Well, at least we know that, yes, this actually did export to something that we need, that we can actually use. Meaning that if we load a different texture and export it out as KTX, then we can actually do this properly. Without any GLTF packed basis, universal super compression stuff, shenanigans, okay? So, fantastic. New. Yep. No, I just want to load another texture, please. Open. There we go. Okay. So, the first thing that we need to do then is deal with that one texture that has no model tied to it at all because it's part of the 2D renderer. Which will get us started with our assets. Oh. We've lost alpha. There we go. What do I call this? This is called main menu UI. KTX2. Twitch stream is buffering for me, so I'm here. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I have both open for you, for both viewers. You can hop between them. Absolutely. It's all on you guys. If you prefer Twitch, then Twitch is... I'll try and make both as good as each other. Both YouTube and Twitch. Oh, it's strange because I'm used to YouTube. You don't upload a thumbnail for your live stream. It's kind of strange. No complaints. It's just an observation. What did I save that to? Oh yeah, I need to put it in the build directory. So that's what I got distracted doing. Okay, right. Now we can actually get this library and actually use this in anger, make a separate function. And after that, we should be able to at least attempt to write a function that loads this stuff. Let's see. Okay. Right. Good. You should add your link to the Twitch description. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I should maybe try and do that real quick if it's even. I forgot how to do that. Forgive me, guys. If yeah, that's a good idea. I know. I'm not trying to get you guys to follow. Follow. Is there a? I need to edit my bio, wherever that is. Forgive me for fumbling around. Channel, which I think is already here. Edit bios down here, I think. Yep. Yeah, thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate you all following me. No, that's not it. It's on here though. Okay, I have to admit this is the unproductive part of streaming. How do I edit this bloody thing? Oh dear. Right, I'll come back to it when I'm offline. I think I'm getting too distracted with this. Any Twitch streamers in chat? Mod check. I should be okay. I should be okay. I'll do it. I'll do it off stream, so it's not too much of a. But I will throw in just for now anyway. My channel, unsurprisingly, is called Escape Point Dev, because unfortunately Escape Point was taken. I'll throw that in the chat for now. Yeah, if you wanted to, oops, wrong. That's just me. Let's go to my actual channel. I apologize. Yeah, like I said, the unproductive part of chat. I've got to do it in here. There we go. There you go. Yeah, if you do want to check out my YouTube, there it is. And yeah, let's get back. Let's get back on task, because I don't want to spend too long on this. So there we go. And let's bring it back up the YouTube chat, because I kind of lost you then. And we should be chilling. Cool. Yeah, I will definitely, because someone said that yesterday and as well. I forgot to do it, so that's the first thing I'm going to do once we've finished for the day. Anyway, let's keep on keeping on. Right. So okay, we need to get this. Now we've downloaded that, we can actually get the this. We need to add this as a submodule. Do I want to get the newest or the release, stable release? I assume we've got a we've got a tag here. It's pretty old, to be honest. 2025, October the 4th. I'm sure the newest won't be too bad. Apparently it's passing on all thingamajigs anyway, so yeah, I'm just gonna go with newest, I think. Just, you know, so we can update it. I think it's useful for software that's like SDL or something like that. But not necessarily that useful for like something like a library for image loading, really. Anyway, so let's add this to our Git submodule in the vendor, which is how I order things. And yeah, by the way, if you do want to look at my source code, it is in my bio on Twitch, and it is in the description on YouTube. But I'm in the space branch if you do look at my GitHub. So you won't see any of the changes that we've done today on the master branch yet, because I merged them over after I've got it working in Linux. That's my rule. It should work on Linux if it's in master. Anyway, Git submodule add. See if I can remember any of this. Submodule add. Yesterday I was trying to stream on Linux. Oh, cool. Well done. Did it go well? There was an upcoming Valve game I really enjoyed called Deadlock. Oh yeah. But on Windows laptop it struggles to get 60 FPS, while on Linux you can get 144. Nice. That's two on DirectX. Couldn't use Vulkan directly for some reason. It's still impressive. That's really sick. Yeah, nice. Twitch has a larger chat limit. That makes me yap. Nah, it's no problem. Like I said, you know, my first goal with streaming is to become a better programmer. My second goal is to have you guys have a good time, right? You're great. You aren't even tackling. Oh, aren't I? Oops. Oh. You aren't even tracking the minutes you spend away from coding. No. Alright, so let's, speaking of which, we should grind this out, right? Right, what do we got? We got KTX. I am going to steal... I don't know what needs to be included where, so I hope we have some kind of... in the tutorial in the CMake. I don't think it even uses CMake, to be honest, but yeah, it does. Okay. What do you do for KTX? Obviously, we can just include all the things and compile it. Okay, so you make KTX dir. Right. Okay, and then you have KTX source, and you add these things. So you don't add everything. Vulkan, slang, SDL, and then what do you do with this guy then? Slang library KTX. So you add library static. Okay, so you make a library, and then you compile. Okay, so you're compiling these guys as part of your project. It looks like. And then you also include these, because otherwise it wouldn't compile. Okay, right. And it doesn't look like we have anything else interesting. That might be how we fix our library issue on Linux, actually. We have a library issue on Linux. Yeah, I try to be disciplined with my timer. Sometimes I slip up, I have to admit. For those who don't know, I time myself when I code, and you've probably seen that throughout the stream if you've been watching. And turn it off when I'm doing something else. Or answering a very long a question or something like that on stream. Alright, cool. That's all we need to do. That's all I'm going to try. And if it doesn't work, we'll try and... if it makes the compilation take forever, then we won't do that. Okay, so we need a KTX section on our CMake. And yeah, that should be chilling like a villain. Whoops. Okay, so my CMake isn't very good, I have to admit, but it's okay. It does the job. So what I'm going to do is... so we need to include directories. So if he's made a set target library... is this part of KTH? What is this? No, it's just GLM. Okay, it's GLM. Okay. I'm going to take these, remove the guff, and change things to the way I like to do things. Because he hasn't used any target includes. Instead, he's used non-target based stuff. So we can add target include, which is very simple because we've done that in. I always forget how to do most of this stuff. Oh no, that's a lie. This is legit. This is chill beans. So where do I want to put this? External. You know what? I changed my mind again. What I'm going to do is... Yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to take these, add it to this, and we're not going to do that KTX thing. We're just going to do vendor. We're just going to do it by hand, because that's how I've done everything else. There's no special difference here. It just means everything's like one static library, one big static library. And then we want to include these guys as target includes for our external library. So not that though, we're just going to set some variables. So let's just make sure this is correct for our sake. Excuse me. Alright, so if I go into here, go into includes. Where is it? What am I looking for? I'm looking for file name. Just the include. So it should be called include. I'm looking for a directory called include. Am I missing it? Because I... Is it in lib? Yeah, okay. So it looks like it's here. Right, okay. So that's good. And we're looking for another library called... Sorry, another directory called other include. Is that also here? We might not need it, actually, looking at it. Yeah, let's just see if this compiles. Because it looks like everything that we need is in there. I don't know what other includes is, unless it's just lying around. Oh no, there it is, okay. Oh, I see, okay, that's the external. Okay, yeah, we do need that, okay. Fair enough. Okay, so we need that. I'm going to make these into sets. Then we're going to go blip, blip. So that's the other include. CMake current source dir. Change these to /. Alright, okay, so we have these. That's one. And the second one is slightly a bit more awkward, but it's still chill. We need this for this, I assume, is what we're after. And we'll see. I mean, if it doesn't compile, then we know what's going wrong, right? Okay. We have these, then we want to set target include. I think we already have this, but yes, set target include. And we want to set, oh, I didn't set the variables. Let's do that. Okay, so KTX other include dir. Oops. And obviously for this one, we're just gonna change this to maybe lib. Yeah, well, something like that anyway. I'm gonna take. Oh, can I be this sneaky here? No, I don't think it's gonna work. I was gonna do something. Something unnecessary. But anyway, hang on a minute. We need this for both. Okay, we can't use this like I wanted. This is going to have to go in also into the main directory, otherwise we won't be able to include. Yeah, we won't be able to include these. So we don't need the other directory there. I think we probably need this. So yeah, for this, for the target includes. $sign this. Well, no contribution so far. Glad. Ah, never mind. You'll get them. You'll get them. I believe. Hello, Vulkan Maestro. You flatter me. You very much flatter me there, sir. I feel like a Vulkan noob most of the most days, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just turned up the other day, like, huh? What does VK instance mean? You know what I mean? What are you working on there, Sir Tunks, by the way? Oh, so I missed some of your messages. Just some uni stuff for now. I see. Ah, so you're in university. Job search portion. Oh yeah, it is tough, isn't it, out there? Yeah, Vulkan may be actually easier than what I do right now. I'm building a photo booth and configuring the Raspberry Pi controller is actually well, that does sound horrendous. Vulkan can get tough, but I think here's my take on is Vulkan tough or not. I think a lot of it can be chalked up to the fact that graphics programming is just tough, and when people try, that's foundation, we don't need that. When we get people who are like, oh, I want to learn Vulkan, they're like, really what they're asking is like, well, what they don't realize they're asking is, how do I learn graphics programming, which is tough. Alright, so yeah, there's that aspect of it. But yeah, good luck with your photo booth stuff. That sounds pretty biff. I see you're working on a small engine for uni with some ML animation things. Nice. And delightfully behind the schedule and cooked. Ugh, not good, not good. Well, I hope you do what pretty much all uni students somehow end up doing and pulling it out the bag last minute. Oh, Mabdo asked the question if you're still here. I was playing Breath of the... Yeah. Is that your favorite game, Rashid? I think it is, isn't it? I could be wrong. Either I would guess that or Minecraft. Considering how many hours you put into that Minecraft, I didn't realize. Right, so let's see if we can configure our thingy. Perhaps. Surely DirectX 13 and Vulkan 2 will make shader debugging pop off, and graphics programming will may easier. Yeah, I hope that one day we can actually use like C in programming languages. Alright, so we're missing something. I can't see what the issue is though. So we're just gonna have to dirty, what was the issue? So we're missing, we don't know what texture.c is. Okay. What's the matter there? It's Jules. Shady debugging is good if you're on NVIDIA and have 2 GPUs. Yeah, that's the only... Yeah, that's... didn't you know that, Twitch chat? You just gotta have 2 GPUs. But yeah, I can see what you're saying, to be honest. To be honest, I have to admit that RenderDoc is making shady debugging a lot easier. Oh, I wanna hook this up so bad. Before I leave. This song is so sick. Everyone hates this in this game. Jack and Dexter, the Pre-Kirkus Legacy. Everyone hates the spider skate. It's my favorite level in the whole game. Hey, bro. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Are Unreal Engine 5 blueprints good for making a back end of a game if they are not well versed in C++? I want to make a game. C++ is slowly slowing me down. I feel like I haven't even started. What I will say about blueprints that I know, I don't know much about blueprints, is that Unreal Engine 6 is getting rid of them. So just be aware of that. Outside of that, I have no idea. So if you plan on using Unreal Engine 6, then yeah, I would probably avoid that and stick with C++. Why, lol? I don't know. I literally have no idea. Yeah, make sure you Google it. That's just something I've heard through the YouTube chat. But, you know, I believe the people, because I generally don't know these things at all. Right, I need to go and concentrate. I need to go in vendor. And I need to go in here and then look for texture. Oh, it's just source. Does texture... Yeah, okay, so we just need to add source. That's the only thing that's missing there. Okay, cool. So I assume everything else... So texture at least has source here, so we'll give that another go. Let's see what else is wrong. Oh, interesting. Actually, have not seen these before. Interesting. Warning, CMake 140. I made a mistake here. Reload, thank you. Vulkan 2 mod check, yeah. DirectX 11. Of DirectX 12. Unreal Engine might be moving to verses instead of blueprints. Moving to verse instead of blueprints. Ah, okay. I'm not sure what verse is, but there you go. Yeah, unfortunately, when you're learning Unreal Engine C++, you kind of want a very specific version of C++. Right, so what have I missed here? 140, 140. Oh, I'm an idiot. I put an include directory in the library includes. Of course, that was never going to work. So yeah, it just got dropped. Correct answer there. That is the correct thing to do when I'm doing something daft. All right. I haven't heard about replacing blueprints, but verse is a huge focus for them. I see. That's a script for Fortnite games. Ah, okay, very interesting. Dedge, yeah. Right, okay, so we should be able to build our external library without any hassle. Okay, so it doesn't know what KTX... Let's look at our KTX code then. What's new in the hood? This would be any KTX code. Is the kicking car? I know it's go to texture. Oops. That's not what I needed. With Vulkan 2, we will return to immediate mode. I see. Like rendering in Vulkan 1.x. VK, yeah, VK command, vertex F3. I love that. Can you imagine? That is the efficient way of doing things. Is it worth wasting, not the best word I know, my time to learn C++ for Unreal Engine 5? I only know it for exercises for my exam. It depends how long you're going to spend doing stuff with Unreal. Right now, what you're facing is like why beginners get caught in the tutorial hell. Where is this thing I'm looking for? Because they don't know the depths of what they need to learn, right? Oh my goodness, I wish I could do... Okay, that's it. Oh, unused. You don't know what that is. KTX... What is happening? I don't understand. Do you know what this is? Oh, you know what this is, right? Oh. Then you don't know what anything else is. Okay, so it looks like I need more includes. Ah, just the basis include. Okay, good. I guess I should make some game. Please tell me where I should start. I mean, I know some C++. I've done so many things in it. But I've never done anything like game dev. Where should I start? I recommend... I'll just pause this for a minute. If I go to... Right, you may be already too advanced for this. But this is what I just recommend without thinking about it too hardly. Too deeply, even. A good starting point is honestly just picking like a well-known coder project and seeing if you even enjoy this. Assuming that you want to do this like C++ stuff, right? Like here's a lot of like cool tutorials that you can like follow, and like some of the later ones are more difficult. So if you want to like make worms and stuff, he uses his own like game engine, but it's like very C++ like down to the metal type stuff. If you're not interested in that, you can try something like a framework like Raylib or SFLM and stuff like that. Right. Cool. Okay, guys. I think I've come to the end. I don't really... I tried to get this working, but I'll have to work on this off stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I will quickly share my Discord. Turn off this streamer mode anyway. Feel free to join if you haven't already. I know it's in the description on my thing, but just for the ease of use, so you can just join easily, I'll throw that there for you guys, and I'll throw this here for you as well. I'd say thank you guys for joining us. I will see you all. Thank you for the follows as well. Very much appreciate you guys there. Nemi and Oshai, and thank you YouTube chat for always being awesome and chilling with us, and I wish you best on all your projects. See you on the next one, guys. Take care, and wish you all the best. Alright, bye guys.